your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Yes. We are back. Taking you up to 2 p.m. It is good to be back. Kind of a weird situation because I wasn't gone. I was working. I got the PTO still in my account to prove it, but I was working remote, and it's just not the same when you're not in the building. And it's good to be back now, talking Sacramento Kings, talking A's, NBA playoffs as well. Rory Mcilroy, my guy, my favorite golfer, finally gets it done. You talk about the mental fortitude. You talk about the mental strength. Could have cracked under the pressure multiple times. Kind of did. And still figured it out. And now we sit here with the Sacramento Kings who take care of business. Yesterday, it wouldn't have really made a difference because the Mavs, they got beat down yesterday as well. But I don't think that we should be sleeping on the Mavericks quite yet. And because of that, I'm not even sure how much I want to talk about the 8-7 game. Because, again, I don't want to do that thing where the Kings, they have an opportunity now to be 500 at home this season. That's right. If they win on Wednesday, that would bring them to 500. 500. So what I'm saying is they're not that good at home, right? The home court advantage, this has been prior to Doug Christie. This has been an issue. Some of the best fans in the world, a lot of people would say the best NBA fans in the world. They've been through so much. I've looked at this from maybe a mental standpoint where the Kings maybe feel a certain added amount of pressure. Now, they did show out in the 9-10 game last season against the Warriors. So that bugaboo, I would say, is not there per se. But historically, they have not played well at home, even though it's rocking. And we've had conversations as to, does the beam make them nervous, right? The weight of the world. Go up and let's look at the beam from the building. This is all for you, this city. They're all counting on you. And that's what we're going to be counting on Wednesday as you take on a Mavericks team that all of a sudden, by the way, just woke up one day and all their bigs were healthy. 1 year or one day, the biggest dude isn't even as tall as the Bachelor, right? And they're playing center, Kessler Edwards. The next day, all three of their bigs were back. So they've had some good games. Obviously, their guard play, Klay Thompson, that's not what he signed up for. The Klay Thompson redemption game, is anybody scared about that? So I am not disrespecting the Mavericks at all. Now we'll look at what Vegas says on Wednesday as far as the line and things like that, but I don't want to disrespect it at all. Speaking of being disrespected, I guess the rings don't last as long anymore. Mike Budenholzer gets fired, okay? And you want to talk about consistency. And we know that this was a huge thing with De'Aaron Fox, how many coaches he's had. How about this one? The next Suns coach will be Devin Booker's 8th different coach in 11 seasons. It's insanity. It is insanity in Phoenix. They don't know what to do with them. There's not enough conversation. I know we talked about the Rockets and things like that, but there's not enough conversation about Devin Booker in Phoenix and what exactly they're doing, because they don't know what they're doing. Kyle, just want to take a second again to thank you for last week. I know it was a lot going on. Then you cap it off, and thanks to Brendan Nunes, spent some time with Brendan yesterday, and it was a lot of fun. Then to cap it off, you do a half remote show from Tom's. Shout out Tom's, by the way. We were at Tom's yesterday, Brendan and I. So after that, you working with me, all the tech stuff going on. Hey, Kyle, now we're going to do a half remote show from Tom's with a fill-in with Brendan, not Allen. So, Kyle, thank you very much for getting that done.
Not only that, I also spent basically my entire week at Sutter Health Park going to Padres games
Yeah.
Monday, Tuesday. After the show Wednesday, I was out of here to catch the 8th inning of that game. Friday, I went to watch Juan Soto and the Mets play. So in addition to 4 remote shows, a Tom's Watch Bar half and half, and 4 baseball games that I attended at Sutter Health Park, I did finally make it to the weekend, and God, I needed that weekend so bad. But happy to be back now.
That's
Glad
right.
to see your face.
That's right. And you're young. You know, this is when you can run around and do stuff like that.
Sure, but I may be young at heart, but deep down, I am a 48-year-old man who wants to go to bed at 9:30 p.m. and wake up at 6:30 every day.
There you go. 916-339-1140. We are ready to rock and roll on the phone lines as we get ready for the Kings play-in. And I know a lot of people didn't really know how to feel about the play-in, right? Obviously, you wish you could just be in the playoffs and just enjoy a whole series and have an opportunity to steal one on the road and have an opportunity to figure out what exactly it is that this team is missing in a situation like that. But that's not what we have. What we have is a 9 seed that I had called the best 9 seed in the history of the play-in. Yes, I did call them the best 9 seed in the history.
I think you said the best 10
That's
seed.
right. That's when they were the 10 seed. So the idea of there being a sleeper or a sexy pick or a dark horse in the play-in, is that the real deal, or do the actual numbers and the actual history tell us something other than that? Because I look at the 9 seeds. I have a lot of information on these 9 seeds. That's right. I've been raring to go. I'm on cup number 3 of coffee, by the way. I'm raring to go. All right. Like I said, wifey and baby Stiles, they're still back east. So I have all the time in the world to just cook. No, it's not. I don't have a Sal Espresso per se.
Well, it's all in your system.
It's all in my system right now. It's going to be an incredible week. I hope the Kings show up, whether they win or lose. I really hope the Kings just show up because Sacramento, their fans, everybody deserves it. Every one of you deserve it. Doesn't matter if you wanted to keep the pick, and Kyle found some numbers on that. He went into his nerd cave, and we'll get into that in the 12 o'clock hour. Doesn't matter if you wanted to keep the pick. Doesn't matter if you wanted to be in the playoffs or play in, even if you're not going to have a parade, or that's probably not going to be the case based on what history tells us. The bottom line is, at the end of the day, this is your team, and you want to be represented in the best way. And that's one thing I do know. When it comes to, this coach knows this coach knows that, I know that Doug Christie, if you were to gauge the coaches and how much they care about the cities that they play in and how much they adopt those cities and things like that, Doug Christie bleeds the city of trees. He truly does. And that's one thing that cannot be denied. But, I wanted to do some kind of breaking down, and Kyle did play the Style Espresso. So I wanted to break down some of my thoughts as we do head into the play-in again. Through all of the drama this season, the Kings find themselves in a familiar spot. And as all these reports and articles and things come out, whether it's Domantas Sabonis, DeMar DeRozan, or Malik Monk, even though I know Malik Monk won't be able to play, everything is right in front of you. Last season, there was a team in the play-in that you hadn't beaten all season long. That was what was staring you in the face, the Pelicans. This season, you don't have that. You've beaten every team in the play-in at least once. Maybe different iterations of that team, but you've beaten every team in the play-in, so you know it can be done. So it's really all in front of you. And when I hear Domantas Sabonis, the reports, right? Obviously not from him. When I hear the reports on Domantas Sabonis, hey, what are we doing? When I hear the reports on DeMar DeRozan, hey, what are we doing? I've heard maybe Malik Monk might be in this conversation. I got that information not too long ago. Hey, what are we doing? I just want to look them in the eye and say, Why don't you tell me? Because everything is right in front of you. I know this team on paper, you need a point guard, and Doug Christie's been very open yesterday. He said it about at least twice. This team doesn't have a true point guard. I don't know how Malik Monk took that. But everything is right in front of you. You beat a beat-down Mavs team with no speaking of no point guard, no Kyrie, Luka's gone. You could put them out of their misery. And then after that, you beat a team that will be headed in the wrong direction. Either a Warriors team, Jimmy Butler now with a leg contusion. They tricked up, the super trick off the Warriors. They had no business being in the play-in. So you could put them out of their misery again. And we know that would be even sweeter than last season because it would get you into the postseason. Or you put another team out of their misery who got the opposite of that new coach bump that the Kings got, moving on from Taylor Jenkins, and you put Ja and his grenade celebration, all of that, you put it to bed because we don't know what the Grizzlies are doing. So when you ask these questions and you go to the front office, I get it. I get why Domantas Sabonis would ask that question. I get why DeMar DeRozan would ask that question. It's not that I don't understand it, but it's also right in front of your face. You have an opportunity to make history. A 9 seed has never gotten to the second round. Heck, a 9 seed has never won 3 games in a series. They've gotten to the playoffs about 3 times. So you have an opportunity to do something that hasn't been done very often. So I don't want to hear about what are we doing, because I want to ask the Kings that question. I want to ask the Stars that question. What are we doing? You tell me. It's all right in front of you. You take care of business and give this city something to cheer for and give ownership, front office, an idea of who you could be. And I get it. We're here because of some decisions that were made. But some of those guys on that court on Wednesday were part of those decisions. And that is a fact. That is a fact. So I don't want to hear about what's the direction and what are we doing. Wednesday, you tell us. 4 hours with you, ready to rock and roll. Allen Stiles Show. I'm back in the building. I'm back on Sacramento turf. I'm back on the ground. I'm back in the city of trees. Let's get it going up until 2 p.m. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
It's Carmichael Dave talking to you about my good friends at American Energy. You're in the Sacramento area. You know how the seasons work. They are a-changing right now. So American Energy wants to help you stay warm for the rest of the cold season, but help you stay cool during the warm season. Best way to do that, make sure your system is operating safely. So right now is the time to take advantage of half off a tune-up, $24.50. They cut that right in half, and if you want a diagnostic, guess what? You can't beat free. If it's free, it's me, and now it can be you. And also, it's the end of the season blowout. $4,000 off a new system plus any rebates. That $4,000, that's a direct drop from the sticker price. It's a great deal. Check them out at theaeway.com or an instant quote, or give them a call at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Tell them your good buddy Carmichael Dave sent you.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
The 40th year of Sacramento Kings basketball in Sacramento, California's capital city, comes to conclusion with a 109-98 victory over the Phoenix Suns. The Kings win 3 of 4 against the Suns this year. And with this victory, they have clinched the home court advantage going against Dallas on Wednesday. So there'll be at least one more opportunity for the Kings to play before it's all said and done. 109-98.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
We're making some calls right now. WWE Raw is in Sacramento tonight.
Yes, it is.
And Pat McAfee is in the city as well, in the area. I have no clue where he's staying. I would imagine it's where the NBA players stay.
Yeah, he's got to be at the Sawyer.
So we're working on some things, trying to get him on the show right now, and not sure if it's going to happen, but I am optimistic as always, because I just saw that he's sitting down. It looked like he was in his hotel. Maybe he has some extra time. So we are working on that. We are hoping on that as the WWE and the Sack Chat, a lot of people talking about what's going on tonight. Me personally, I never got into wrestling, but I don't police fandom, and I don't really judge what people like, because I like something. I sat there. Yeah. Did I sit there this weekend with no wife, no kid, and watch the Papa Shot National Championship on the Ocho? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. The Papa Shot. Yeah, you heard me right, Kyle. The Papa Shot National Championship.
That was not the direction I thought that sentence was going to go, but
I'll watch bowling. I'll watch whatever. It is what it is.
I think wrestling's more popular than those sports, though.
I don't seek out the Papa Shot National Championship, but I saw it on, and I thought, this looks so stupid. And that's the Ocho in general. It's so stupid, you have to watch.
My comparison is similar, where it's like, yes, I've watched probably my entire life 45 minutes of wrestling, and just never got me excited or interested. But at the same time, I also watch baseball. So, it's...
Yeah, a lot of people would say, how do you watch baseball? WWE is more exciting than baseball. Hey, you like what you like. That's the thing. We can all pick whatever our journey is. And a lot of us have picked, whether it be by force or by birth or by choice, the Sacramento Kings. And we're sitting here trying to evaluate what exactly it is that we should expect from the Sacramento Kings. And when we look at the future, and I don't want to look too far in the future, because we have the whole offseason for that. We possibly have one more week, people, possibly 3 more days, hopefully longer than that. But if you wanted Monty McNair gone, could that change? If they get to the playoffs, does that change how you feel? If they go 4-2, lose to the Thunder, does that change how you feel? If you want Doug to stay or go, could these next couple days change how you feel? If they get their doors blown off by the Mavericks, obviously that would make people feel a certain way about Monty McNair. But Doug, how protected is Doug from all of this? If you wanted a certain player gone, could that change? As we open up the phone lines, and the text lines always open, 916-339-1140. 916 says, I find it strange that out of all the moves last season that were made, the Malik Monk signing has aged the worst out of any of them. Yeah, I don't think a lot of people had that on their bingo card. And it's only the first year. But I do think, and I was talking to a couple other media members about this, it does say something about maybe the longevity of Malik Monk, the way he plays. I never really compared him to Westbrook or a Ja Morant, but the more you think about it, he's closer to that than a kind of finesse shooting guard.
Than Harrison Barnes.
Exactly. So did that really equate into the decision where last season, being out for the end of the season, bad luck. This season's bad luck too, but now you look around thinking, all right, how do we measure all this? Obviously, and Malik won an award yesterday as well. He loves being in Sacramento as far as we can tell. I remember having the conversations about him taking the keys, and it's his team now. And yesterday we're in the press conference saying that the Kings don't have a true point guard. Now, I don't know if Doug, the way he said it, I don't know if Doug meant it because Malik Monk is out. The way he said it, Kyle, more so, and we'll hear in Chrissy's cuts, the way he said it more so sounded like even with Malik. That's how it sounded to me. It did not sound, because he would have said it. He would have said, hey, without Malik, we don't have a true point guard. He did not say that. He said, we've been going for a while now without a true point guard.
Yeah, and it's true. I guess the only reason to not say it would be protecting Malik Monk's feelings in a way, because like I've been on this for like a month. Like good that they tried the Malik Monk point guard experiment. Roster construction dictated they had to do that. It's not going to work. They know it's not going to work. That's why they've had DeRozan running some point guard a lot recently.
Yeah.
It's just not going to be a thing. Like they're going to bring in probably a true point guard this offseason.
You
try
have
and make
to.
it work.
And I don't know if that player will be a starter or they could still try the Malik, because I don't know if I've seen enough from Malik and whatever team that is. I've seen enough of Malik Monk, Zach LaVine, and DeMar DeRozan, but I don't know what this could look like next season. And I don't necessarily think that Malik has to come off the bench. It just is a matter of who else is available, who do they bring into the starting lineup, and who do they bring in that could come off the bench as well. 916-339-1140. Is there anything that could happen this week that would make you feel differently about something that you feel a certain way about right now? For me, I feel like the smart thing to do, and I talked to Chris Watkins a lot this weekend as well. The smart approach would be to say no. If you want Monty McNair gone, losing in the first round should not change that. That's the smart approach, I think, right? Because ultimately, you've been in the 9 for the last 2 seasons. You're to a point now where the expectations are so low, you're celebrating winning 2 games in a first round. You deserve better than that. Even winning a first round. Now that would be crazy because that would be different because you'd be beating arguably the best team in the league in the Oklahoma City Thunder. Obviously, that would go a ways. But breaking down, look, man, I was born in 1990. The whole participation trophy thing, and I get it, expectations should be a certain level. But again, that's different if you're the Rockets. That's different if you're the Spurs. That's different if you're a young up-and-coming team. What do we look like celebrating 2 wins against a team that is about 10 years younger than you? Maybe not 10, maybe more like 5 to 7. But we deserve better than that. So I don't think there's anything that can happen realistically that should make you feel differently if you want Monty out. Now, again, don't police fandom. Maybe there is something. Maybe the fact that Monty did, maybe Zach LaVine goes off, right? And it's, hey, Zach LaVine, maybe you get Jake LaRavia back, Jonas Valanciunas. Hey, Monty did make some good moves there. We were stuck between a rock and a hard place with De'Aaron, with Doug Christie. When I look at Doug Christie, I don't think that I've already made my mind up with Doug Christie. I think he should come back. The only conversation that I would have is Taylor Jenkins. And that's a conversation. That's not to say that there would be mutual interest there, but that's a conversation I feel like you'd have to have. But Doug Christie, I would argue they could lose to the Mavs. Because if they lose to the Mavs, that says more about the players, like I said in the first segment, what are you here to do, than it does about Doug Christie. I know Doug Christie is going to have them ready for a home game with an opportunity to advance, an opportunity to give themselves a chance to make the playoffs. So to me, there is nothing that can happen this week that would change my stance on Doug Christie. But what says you? 916-339-1140. When we return, we'll break down how the Western Conference playoff picture turned out, where Allen was right, where Allen was wrong, and does how far you go in a series really matter? Every season, it feels like these teams don't care anymore. They'll just do new stuff. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sacktown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sacktown Sports app.
Hey, everybody, it's your boy Kyle Draper. You know I'm a big guy, right, everybody? So sometimes, even my SUV or sedan, I want a little more space. Maybe I want to take the fellas to the football game or to the basketball game. Maybe I want to go golfing. Well, Mercedes-Benz of Stockton has the perfect solution. They have a Vans Fleet Center. And they understand your business needs. They understand your personal needs as well. They have a great inventory and a huge selection. And plus, they have the perfect van to power your fleet, including the new fully electric eSprinter, alongside those reliable diesel options. So if you're looking for a new van just for personal reasons, or even for your business fleet, head on over to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. And get this, you can take advantage of their exclusive limited time 0% APR financing offer for up to 60 months on select models. So head down to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton or online at mbfstockton.com and tell them Drape sent you.
But they want to keep their money. Although most cases settle before trial, it is paramount that the insurance companies know that if pressed, your legal team has the experience to take your case all the way. For 25 years, Ashton & Price has earned the reputation that if the insurance company isn't fair, we're ready to force them to be fair. My mom used to warn me, wait till dad gets home. Think of us as dad. The best part, there's no fee until we win.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
For making Total Wine & More America's #1 online source for spirits, beer, and wine. Better than all those delivery apps. Total Wine's prices are up to 30% lower with super fast delivery and no hidden fees. Order direct at TotalWine.com and pay less today.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like to check for your wallet first before hitting the drive-thru.
$6.
Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change, though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial.
What's that?
Oh, gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Your life, your goals, your legacy. With a dedicated Fidelity advisor, it's all part of a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Visit fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Broker Services, LLC. Member NYSE, SIPC.
Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
What could happen this week that could change your mind about the Sacramento Kings? Realistically, of course. You know, one thing I find interesting, and I've talked to Jason Ross about this a little bit during Crosstalk, just when it comes to how these teams, all these teams, specifically the Sacramento Kings, as they moved off of their coach early on, before it was cool to do, they do not look at these seasons as a series, if you will. Black Mirror just came back to Netflix, and Black Mirror is an anthology series. An anthology series means a series that is just different stories, different storylines each episode. You can pick around Black Mirror and decide, hey, I want to watch this episode, looks interesting, and it has no bearing. You can watch episode 4. It has no bearing on episode 1, 2, 3, or 5, 6, 7, 8. And I feel like that's how the NBA is starting to look at these seasons. Does how far you go in a series really matter? We talk about it, about Monty McNair and Wes Wilcox has now gone on. I'll see him out at Chipotle out there in Utah before it's all said and done. But in Vivek's mind, when it comes to Doug Christie, when it comes to the roster, look at teams like the Timberwolves, the Mavericks, who went to the finals last season, the Nuggets, decent playoff runs. But they didn't look at it as if they were, quote unquote, close. It feels like with so much movement, it's harder to say, hey, we need this going into next season, unless it's blatant. The idea is just accumulating talent. So I see what happened with the Timberwolves, and they decided, when they had all their drama with buying the team and things like that, they didn't look at that and say, okay, well, we lost in the playoffs because of X, Y, and Z. They said, we need to get cheaper. So even if Julius Randle isn't as good as Karl Anthony Towns, that's more important to us. You look at the Mavericks. We got to the finals last season, and we didn't look at it and say, hey, we need another defender because Luka, that's not really his forte. Or, hey, we need another they got enough bigs. We need another guy that can help us hide Luka a little bit. They just blew the whole thing up. Now, maybe they aren't the best example because that was just unprecedented. And look at the Nuggets. The Nuggets, the gold standard. They win the championship a couple years later, still in the mix. Every year somebody's picking them to win because they have that respect now. They fire their coach, and there's been a lot of talk about Michael Porter Jr. and them making certain decisions. They don't try to hold on to KCP, which was an area of contention between Calvin Booth, the GM, and Mike Malone. So you look at these seasons, and it feels so different to when I was growing up where, in the 90s or even before that, hey, we're trying to get past this team. Okay, let's add this piece, right? I feel like the Celtics maybe stuck to that model. They changed up a lot. They had Kyrie at one point. They had Isaiah Thomas at one point. They knew they wanted to stick with the Jays, with Jason and Jalen. But besides that, it was, okay, now we're going to add Derek White. That's still not good enough. Okay, now we're going to add Porzingis. Is that good enough? Okay, we're going to add this. We're going to add that. We're just going to keep adding and keep tweaking until we get over the hump. And they eventually did. A lot of these teams, and I don't know, it's probably due to this to the collective bargaining agreement, these aprons that they're dealing with now, and are you willing to just cash out? But they're not looking at these seasons. If the Kings lose, and there is a level of being the 9 seed, I don't think the Kings should look at it like that because you ain't really close to anything.
You don't feel like you have a chance to win a championship.
No, there's not enough tweaking, and that's what they're going to try to sell us, by the way. They're not going to sit there and build it from scratch. I would be very surprised from what I've heard, from what we've seen. I'd be highly surprised. They're not going to do it, but their argument is we're not tweaking to win a championship. We're tweaking to finally be the 6th seed, which they've been trying to do for the last 2 years now. And that's what they're going to try to sell us, regardless of how this happens. If they get to the playoffs, then it's an even easier sell.
So I think the bigger topic is like there's a fine line between sticking with what you have and getting passed by versus just constantly making the changes, right?
Right.
Like people bag on Philadelphia because Joel Embiid went from Jimmy Butler to Tobias Harris to Ben Simmons to James Harden to Tyrese Maxey as running mates, and it never got over the hump.
And now Paul George. That was the big one.
Yeah, now Paul George. He's had 6 different running mates in 7 years.
Yes.
But the Denver Nuggets have made virtually no changes over the last 2 years and seemingly have gotten jumped. So I think there's that fine line, right? You mentioned Boston. The Celtics had the flexibility to say, we've been to the conference finals, we went to the NBA finals in 2022. We went to game 7 of the conference finals in 2023. So you know what we're going to do? We're going to trade 4 of the 8 players that were the core of our team and completely reinvent our roster because that is what our vision is to get us to the championship. And it worked.
But I wouldn't say completely. Completely would be one of the Jays would have been gone.
Yes. That would have been but again, there's levels to it. There's the Kawhi Leonard for DeMar DeRozan swap. Like, we are not good enough and we have to get a star.
Yeah.
Or in Boston's case, Marcus Smart, Grant Williams, Robert Williams, and I forgot the other one who got traded, but there was another guy. Those four are not good enough to get us to where we want to go, even though we were 2 games away from winning the finals with that group. So now we're going to make these moves, right? So there's kind of that fine line, but the underlying part of it is, yes, it's a new world in the NBA. There's been 5 different Western Conference champions, and the top 2 seeds in the West would make it 6 this year, right? If OKC or Houston wins the West, it would be 6 different teams in 6 years. But you also have to have an all-NBA first-team level player in order to get to that championship level.
Yeah, and I think what's interesting is you look at a team like the Knicks, and I see reports that the Knicks, if they have an early exit, they are the 3 seed, by the way. If the Knicks have an early exit, they will be interested in Kevin Durant. So I would assume that in order for the Knicks to get Kevin Durant, someone from that starting lineup, that starting 5 that they just built going into this season would be gone. So there's when we sit there and say, oh, they're going to build together, right? This Knicks team is going to build together. We'll see what happens this season, but it's their first season. We'll see what happens with the Timberwolves. We'll see what happens with some of these teams that made some big decisions. Apparently, they're not looking at this as long-term investments, if you will. This is all, you could even make the argument, I know he was part of that deal, but Dante DiVincenzo was coming off a career year. Now, maybe the Knicks thought it was fool's gold, as did I, no disrespect to Dante. But they're not looking at this thing and we can build upon it. They are looking at every season separately. And I do think that now there are the Rocket, that's if you feel like you're close, right? And it was a Celtics writer on, and he said there's 2 paths. There's the team that wants playoff revenue, and there's the team that is willing to just stink and keep taking swings from the bottom, right? The Rockets decided to stink, not really for that long, but longer than we thought. It
was 4 years. This is year 5,
and it paid off for them. OKC, I'm dang near ready to put OKC in a different category because of what there's no model. There's no OKC model, per se.
And we can say that they went 8 years without winning a playoff series.
Right, when they stunk. And then you have the teams, like now that the Knicks are good, they don't want to go back into the stink. They can't, or they don't feel like they can. The Kings refuse to go into the stink. The Heat, it's all the play-in teams. The Heat refuse to embrace the stink, and they have untouchable guys that aren't as good as maybe the Heat think. There are teams that refuse to embrace the stink.
I mean, you say that with the Knicks, but and maybe Kevin Durant will solve their questions, which, by the way, it would be hilarious if Kevin Durant gets traded for Mikal Bridges again.
Just go back to Phoenix.
But last year, the Knicks won 50 games, had the number 2 seed, and came within 1 game of going to the Eastern Conference Finals. And arguably, if Jalen Brunson was healthy, they would have been in the Eastern Conference Finals.
Yeah.
And so they traded, and I'm just going to go through it real quick, Bojan Bogdanovic, Mamadi Diakite, Shake Milton, Dante DiVincenzo, Julius Randle, Keita Bates-Diop, an unprotected 2025 first, an unprotected 2027 first, an unprotected 2029 first, unprotected 3031 first, pick swap in 2028, and a protected 2025 Bucks first-round pick. They traded all of that for Mikal Bridges and Karl Anthony Towns and won 51 games.
Yeah.
And so I think the answer is you can take big swings all you want, but those big swings aren't always guaranteed to make you better because it's just so hard to break that ceiling.
Yeah.
And in the Western Conference, some teams have just fallen into I shouldn't say fallen into. They have won conference championships in spite of this fact.
Yeah. So you look around and the 209 on the text line says the Kings have been tweaking for decades now. Yes. It's also low-level tweaking. That's also the problem. You need some high-level tweaking. I think that DeMar DeRozan, essentially for Harrison Barnes, might have been one of the most high-level tweaks that we've seen. And I still contend that if they did not run into those problems early in the season, when DeMar DeRozan had the back situation, Malik Monk missed games, Domantas Sabonis missed games, maybe this whole thing goes differently. I don't think that they would be a 3 seed or anything like that, but maybe they're at the top of the play-in, or maybe they are the 6 seed. We'll never know. But you take these certain swings, especially when these guys have timelines like a DeMar DeRozan. If DeMar DeRozan was 33, I would be looking at this a little bit differently. And maybe he would too. But the timelines aren't necessarily matching up. So that was a fairly high-level tweak that didn't work out, not really because of anything other than a little bit of bad luck, and maybe the fit mattered more than what the front office thought. And, oh, by the way, the De'Aaron Fox drama. We break down all of the matchups. Which ones scare you? Which ones excite you? Which ones will you be skipping out on? Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
The only place you'll find Keegan Murray is Sacktown Sports.
Out to Keegan Murray, straight away for 3, and Keegan knocks down the triple.
Hey Sacramento, it's Keegan Murray, and you're listening to the home of Sacramento Kings, Sacktown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is back May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo. Presented by Rocks Tech with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, Cole Wetzel, Nate Smith, and more. You'll enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single-day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPFest.com. Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th with Michelob Ultra and Carl's Jr. Find out more at CITPFest.com.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Comcast Business, powering possibilities. Well, there's nothing more exciting for a team than to see the potential of a number 1 pick come to fruition. Now, we know it's early, it's just after 11 games, but Tyler Soderstrom from Turlock High was number 3 in the American League in batting at .381 and tied for first in homers with 6, and Jacob Wilson, number 4 in batting at .366. Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business with reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solution, and Wi-Fi backup. Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. For details on special offers, including free professional installation and up to a $500 Visa prepaid card on qualifying internet bundles, log on to business.comcast.com. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Everyone has a past, but what happens if you've made mistakes and made good on that past, but it keeps following you? Are you looking for an attorney to erase past records and restore your rights? Maybe even restore your gun rights? Do you need a reputable criminal defense attorney who knows even good people make bad mistakes? Well, the attorneys at Gonzalez Law Office are here to help. Find Gonzalez Law Office online at saclegaldefense.com or call them at 916-304-9187. We don't settle for less, and neither should you.
Phoenix Suns announced today that the organization has relieved head coach Mike Budenholzer of his duties. The Suns released the following statement: competing at the highest level remains our goal, and we failed to meet expectations this season. Our fans deserve better. Change is needed. That's it. No thank you. No mention of his name. That's it. That is the end of the tweet. That is the end of the statement. And again, 8 coaches in 11 years for Devin Booker. 8.
Mike Brown to the Phoenix Suns?
Are we willing to say? So I did this with Dame Lillard, and I love Dame Lillard. Shout out Oakland. But there were conversations that I had in my mind just about how much Dame, if you were given unlimited money, whatever Dame was making in Portland, and I thought that there was a part of him that could never say this out loud, but maybe, just maybe, hey, I'd like to win one in Portland. My family is here in Portland. I got a pretty good life, right? My expectations aren't crazy. I go to the Western Conference Finals sometimes. I don't really know that I want to leave, change up my whole routine to possibly win one. Maybe I kind of just want to chill. When I see Devin Booker, and you can't say that out loud, right? You have to say, I want to win a championship. And that's not to say that they don't, but I want to go to Milwaukee, and it didn't work out, or it hasn't worked out so far, to try to win a championship. And I look at Devin Booker, and you got De'Aaron Fox here, both Kentucky guys, by the way. You got De'Aaron Fox here complaining about the stability of the franchise, and all of those things make sense, duly noted. We get it. And Devin Booker is just chilling, 8th coach in 11 years. And I would say, is there a part of Devin Booker when I see him riding around with his shades on and his lowriders and releasing the 80th colorway of his shoes, does Devin Booker just kind of want to chill? And is there something wrong with that?
Does it feel like the window might be closed more so at this point? Because I've heard a lot of people say, hey, he's from Michigan. He'll end up on the Pistons eventually. Maybe that's the move. Younger team gives you a chance to be the older vet guy to win it. But, like, honestly, I don't think the Pistons are a Devin Booker away from winning the championship. And I don't know how fun that would be for Devin Booker to uproot his life in his 30s to go play for the Pistons with a chance of winning a championship. This is the modern NBA, man. Not everyone's going to create super teams in Miami or San Francisco or Los Angeles anymore, especially when you can't, not going to say convince, but the 5 best players in the sport are not on board with constantly switching teams as they were in the previous generation, right? Giannis still plays for the team that drafted him. Jokic still plays for the team that drafted him. And Embiid still plays for the team that drafted him.
Win or lose. Win or lose.
Win or lose. We ride it out with the homies.
Exactly. 916 on the text line. Is it wrong that every matchup scares me, getting back to the Kings? Even at home, I don't know which Kings team will show up. That's from Ken in Orangevale. Yeah, we're going to do such a deep dive. We're reaching out to some Mavericks writers now. I'm not sleeping on the Mavericks, Ken, simply because, like I said, the Kings are a game away, a win away. They are 20-21 at home. Okay, so they need to win on Wednesday to even be 500. They do not have. Do you have to have a good record to have a quote-unquote home court advantage? Or are those things connected? Because I feel like if somebody were to ask me, hey, when my buddies come out and they visit Sacramento and they say, this place is awesome, man. This is great. And if someone were to ask me, do the Kings have a home court advantage? How electric it is in there. It's rocking. Do the Kings have a home court advantage? How can you say yes if they have a losing record at home?
I think there's different types of advantages and disadvantages, right? So the home court advantage in Sacramento is the noise, the fans, the atmosphere, things like that. But they also have the home court disadvantage that we've learned over years of players like playing there because the sight lines are super nice in the arena. And part of that is there's no back that you can come into, so there's no like light coming in from that basket. But players like playing at Golden One Center because the sight lines are super easy on the eyes, so they play better.
It's a shooter's arena. It is. And everyone thought it was a joke. It's not a joke. I mean, you wouldn't know it based on how the Kings shoot the 3 ball sometimes, but it's not a joke. It's not a joke. When you look at the actual advantages, the first one that's going to come up is the Denver Nuggets. Obviously, the altitude, things like that. Secondarily, I would say those arenas that have that theater lighting, right? Crypto.com, Madison Square Garden, where the Nets play as well, because you're not used to that.
The Barclays.
The Barclays Center, because you're not used to that. But at the same time, you know, you get a 7-game season or 7-game series, something like that. You're going to get used to it eventually. And we've seen teams go off. You're used to it because you've probably been there in your career at some point. But do the Kings actually have a home court advantage? I'm not asking if the fans are really great. I'm not asking if the fans are really loud. Can we say that the Kings have a quote-unquote home court advantage when they have the same exact record at home as on the road? Or they're 20-21 at home. They're 20-21 on the road. Where's the advantage?
Well, it kind of means there's been a disadvantage, because if you look at the historical numbers, home teams win about 58% of the time. So average home court advantage would be you win 58% of your home games.
And they did not do that. They are below average. They are below the NBA average at home. So can they figure it out for one game? I saw people saying that they were hoping that the Kings would be on the road, would be in Dallas. I don't know about all that, but some people were talking about that. Kings taking on the Mavericks on Wednesday, but before that, the Warriors taking on the Grizzlies on Tuesday. And the question and what we played with last week, is Allen's vision still clear? The paths
are clear now.
The path to the playoffs for the Kings. That's ultimately the question. And I will answer that. I will answer that in the 11 o'clock hour. Actually, in about 7 minutes, I'll answer that. Thunder will get that play-in team from the loser on Tuesday and the winner on Wednesday. The Rockets will get the first play-in winner. The Lakers will get the Timberwolves, which I think that's going to be a lot of fun. A lot of people are saying that the Lakers are going to handle the Timberwolves. I know that I was excited to have the Timberwolves in the play-in, but Anthony Edwards, that defense, you get Jaden McDaniels on Luka. You just never know. You never know what could happen. Naz Reid coming out party. He can make a lot of money. I think he's going to make a lot of money this offseason anyway, but he can make a lot of money.
Lakers also don't play defense.
Lakers do not play defense. The Nuggets taking on the Clippers, and we actually nailed it when it comes to where Allen was right, where Allen was wrong. The Clippers did get the 5 seed.
All roads lead to the Clippers being the 5 seed. It is inevitable. The Clippers will always, forever be the 5. You could have Paul George. You could not have Paul George. You could have Kawhi Leonard. You could not have Kawhi Leonard. It always leads to the Clippers as the 5 seed.
Yeah. So you see what is happening here with the Nuggets, with the Clippers. I don't know how to call it. So the Clippers, there are a couple things that are always true in the NBA. In the offseason, Ben Simmons will post a video making threes. In the offseason, Zion Williamson will lose 40 pounds. During the regular season, at some point, the Clippers will convince the NBA world that they are the dark horse. It happens every year, like clockwork.
So I just looked it up. So since Kawhi Leonard and Paul George arrived on the Clippers, which actually we could take it all the way back, honestly. Since Chris Paul was traded, they've gone 4 seed, 10, 8, 2 the first year of Kawhi and Paul George. Mm-hmm. Then they were the 4 seed in 2021, 9th seed in 2022, 5th seed 2 years ago, 5th seed last year, 5th seed this year. It just does not matter. All roads lead to the Clippers being the 5 seed.
And now you have the added confirmation, because last season the Mavs got to the finals, and what seed were they? They were a 5 seed. So there you go. Is my vision still clear for the Kings to get into the playoffs? Let's break down everything that can happen between now and tip-off on Wednesday and after that. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey, more like Mira joyed that Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
You've heard the saying, penny wise, pound foolish, right? It means you do something that will save you a little bit right now, just pennies, but that ends up costing you pounds in the end.
People put off tuning up their furnace because they don't want to take the time or spend the money to get it done.
But it only takes 90 minutes and costs just $87, which is just pennies compared to the huge problems and expenses that can rack up if you don't get your furnace tuned up.
You'll also save money on your energy bills, and your system will last longer.
So don't be penny wise and pound foolish. Call Bell Brothers for a precision tune-up and professional cleaning today.
Our number is 916-444-1234, or find us online at thenosurpriseguys.com.
The No Surprise Guys, Bell Brothers.
Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
And now a brief history of the garage door. Garage doors could date back to 450 BC when chariots were stored in gatehouses. Here in the States, they became a thing around the start of the 20th century. You could find a float-over door in a catalog way back in 1906. National Garage Door has been around since 1974. They're family-owned and operated, so you can trust them to solve any garage door issues you may have. Squeaky door, malfunctioning door, or a need for a new door, which is what prompted us to give them a call, 916-638-4554. At National Garage Door Services, their number one priority. I've witnessed that commitment in my own home, certainly in our garage. National Garage Door sells quality Rainer-branded garage doors. They are the nation's BSE broken spring experts. So if you have a garage door that looks and sounds like it dates back to 450 BC, National Garage Door can help, whether it's a garage door tune-up, repair, or replacement you need. They'll take care of you at National Garage Door, 916-638-4554. That's 916-638-4554. National Garage Door.
At SMUD, we power business with incentives, strategic account advisors, 50% lower rates, and clean energy solutions. We help businesses thrive. That's our clean power promise. Learn more at smud.org.
KHTK HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Hammer time thrown down by the league. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sacktown Sports, 1140. Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
11 o'clock hour. Now, when I was in tech, I always liked the early lunch, by the way. Big 11 o'clock guy. Big early lunch guy. Just helps you power through. Maybe you're like me. Maybe you're a late lunch goer. We'll be around 1 o'clock. 2 o'clock, you cannot eat lunch at 2 o'clock. Now we're talking about that's dinner. Okay, that's getting too close to dinner time. So hopefully your Monday is cruising right along as we take you up to 2 p.m. It's definitely going to be cruising for Mike Budenholzer, who doesn't have a job, but does have $40 million remaining on his contract. The Suns say, we will pay you to go away. He will be paid $10 million a year from the Suns until 2029. So not a bad day for Mike Budenholzer. You don't got to deal with any of the drama or garbage, and you get paid $10 million. It's a great business model, if you ask me. Speaking of business models and a little bit of betting, as I was in Vegas, Daniel on the Sack Chat had this to say. So I want everybody to chime in here. So Daniel made a wager with his buddy, and the wager was that he says, Alan, I have a bet with my friend about the Kings, and I need you to be the determining vote on who won the bet. Let's say the Kings get out of the play-in and get the 8th seed. Did the Kings finish the regular season in the 8th seed, or did they finish in the 9th seed? That's what he is asking. Kyle, I want your thoughts on this as well. My first thought, Daniel, and you're not going to like me here, Daniel, but I feel like if it's based on how they finished the season, they finished as the 9th seed.
I think you can play plausible deniability, but if the words are how do they finish the regular season, then
right.
you lost. They did not finish in the 8th seed.
Right. Now, they are the 8th seed in the NBA playoffs, but they finished the season as the 9th seed.
Honestly, I would just say if they win the play-in, just call it even. You don't just say you both win.
I'm sorry, Daniel. Daniel's responding saying no.
Yeah, if the words are specifically regular season, then
that's right.
You did lose.
It's semantics, Daniel. I'm sorry. It's semantics.
Just call it a split if they do make the playoffs.
If they make the playoffs, we should just be excited that situation is even there. So I like where your head is at, Daniel. Sounds like you're trying to be optimistic, and there's good reason to be optimistic. After all the free agency hoopla, the 60-point games, the injuries, the one-possession losses, coaches getting fired, 7-game winning streak, trade rumors, a franchise-altering trade, interim beam teams, hours of tanking talk, more injuries, and winning streaks, we find ourselves in the exact same spot that the Kings were in last year, up to the point where you again will not have Malik Monk in the play-in. How does that happen? How does that happen after everything that has gone on?
Can I add one more layer to it?
Sure.
And you're going up against Klay Thompson.
And you're going up against Klay Thompson again. How in the world does that happen? Only the Sacramento Kings.
Oh, and if you win, you play the Thunder as the 1 seed again.
Only the Sacramento Kings could find themselves in a situation like this. Real quick, off the top of your head, and we'll just stick to the Western Conference, is there any other team that's the same? Well, besides the Thunder and the Kings, are they the only 2 teams in the West that are the same exact seeds as last season?
Yeah, no, because the Clippers were the 4, not the 5. The Clippers are the closest you're going to find, because last year it was Thunder, Nuggets, Timberwolves, Clippers, Mavericks, Suns, the 7 seed. It was who lost to the Nuggets in the first round. God, I don't even remember. Who did the Pelicans lose to in the?
The Pelicans lost to the Thunder.
No, but who'd they play in the 7-8? Was it the Lakers? I think it was the Lakers.
It was the Lakers. The Lakers were the 7.
That's right, because Jamal Murray hit like 2 buzzer beaters against them. So nobody is going to be the same seed other than the Thunder and the Kings.
Just greatness all around. Greatness all around out in Oklahoma City.
Technically, Portland is the 12 seed again.
Okay. Well, you know what I mean. So we find ourselves in a similar position, whether it's DeMar DeRozan, whether it's Jonas Valanciunas, who's been in every play-in game imaginable. They call the play-in the DeMar DeRozan Invitational. A lot of these guys, or just other members of the Kings, like Domantas Sabonis, Keegan Murray, Keon Ellis.
I saw the one going around of Jonas Valanciunas has played in every one.
Literally.
Every play-in that's ever existed.
Literally. So you can sit there and say, well, they didn't get worse. A lot of hoopla, but you're right back where you started. And we come to this decision. Last week we discussed, is Allen's vision clear? The answer, ladies and gentlemen, is an easy one. Of course it's clear. This is exactly, I didn't want the Warriors in the play-in, no. But this is exactly how we drew it up. That's not to say that the Kings are actually going to get this done, but you get a reeling Grizzlies team. They tricked off, both these teams tricked off situations. The Warriors did and the Grizzlies did. They're both kind of reeling. The Warriors, a lot more on the line. They're running out of time. And a lot of people feel like the Warriors, they were going to be the Clippers. The Warriors were going to be that sexy pick for everybody until this week happened and Harrison Barnes said, 2 years later, now I'm going to make a 3 from the same exact spot.
They still got the Rockets, possibly.
They do. They do. And the Rockets, you know how we all feel about them, hyper athletic. Do they have a closer? Do they have enough? So you're right, Kyle.
They also wouldn't have to face the Thunder until the conference finals.
You're right. They got to get out. They have to get out. Because if they lose, regardless of what the Kings do, if they lose to the Grizzlies, they're not beating the Thunder. Now, they did match up pretty well with the Thunder in the regular season, but I don't know that I trust the Warriors in that situation. That would be an epic meltdown for the Thunder, and which would probably lead to the Thunder getting Kevin Durant.
Well, if the Warriors lose to the Grizzlies, the Kings are going to smoke them in the play-in. Am I right?
And hey, we will discuss that. That is not part of the vision. So whether or not my vision is clear,
the visions are clear now.
It's clearer than it's ever been. The Warriors take care of business against grenade-throwing Ja Morant, okay? The Grizzlies, hey, you got to come to Memphis. The Grizzlies are completely lost. They never had an identity. Ja Morant can't shoot. We don't even know if he's going to play. Not that I've looked at the injury report. I just don't know when Ja Morant's ever going to play. Jaren Jackson Jr. and his two-handed three-point jump shot, I'm not worried about that. Desmond Bane and his T-Rex arms, I'm not worried about that. You take care of business against the Mavericks. This is a team, the Kings, they should have beat the Kings should have beat the Grizzlies. What was that first matchup? The reason they lost is because the Grizzlies are actually better without Ja Morant. The Kings were in a winning position. Ja Morant gets ejected, and the Grizzlies won that game. Then they beat I'm probably missing a couple matchups here because we're really going to break that down once this actually happens. But they recently beat the Grizzlies without Ja Morant. One of their better wins when the Kings were struggling. So the vision is clear, baby. The vision is clear.
I don't know if you've ever watched Dune. The vision being clear is not exactly the greatest thing.
You get there. You take care of business in Sacramento.
The visions are clear now.
You take care of business there. You get your Sacramento beam. And you head to Memphis. You get some barbecue. You barbecue the Grizzlies. How about barbecued Grizzly?
That sounds illegal.
It definitely is. And then you head to Oklahoma City and we pray. That's it.
And we pray.
We pray.
It's a great mindset going into it.
That's it.
By the way, they are 2-1 this year against the aforementioned Grizzlies.
2-1, and that, like I said, the one loss The Kings were right there. Ja Morant got ejected, and that helped the Grizzlies. He was awful in that game. Awful. And he's been playing really well lately. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, Tuomas is kind of getting them back to the Ja Morant offense a little bit. Although, if you watch that game on Friday, though, we were talking about it with Brennan. Basically, Grizzlies Nuggets was going to decide whether we got chaos scenario on Sunday or a relatively straightforward bracket.
Right.
And the Grizzlies were winning in Denver for most of that game, and then they scored 1 point in the final 6 minutes against a team that just fired their coach because they can't play defense. The Grizzlies got 1 point in 6 minutes in a game they had to win and were winning at the end against Denver.
So that's it. It's right there. Now, if the Kings lose, they're cooked. But if the Warriors do lose to the Grizzlies, my vision is getting a little blurry.
Visions are clear.
I don't love that. And you know what's funny is that matchup-wise, actually not that bad of a matchup. The Warriors got some drama too. I think Jimmy basically got a Charlie horse. He'll be fine. But Jimmy isn't 100% healthy. He got injured yesterday, but he played it out. They have some drama with their Jonathan Kuminga situation. A lot of people were saying, well, Jonathan Kuminga is going to have to answer to Guy Santos. And I know you're going to laugh, Kyle, but Guy Santos had been playing really well. So a lot of people thought Guy Santos is Jonathan Kuminga is not going to get those minutes when he gets back in. Steve Kerr pulls a Steve Kerr, and neither of those guys play yesterday. No Guy Santos or Jonathan Kuminga. A lot of people are saying, what the heck is going on? Steve Kerr, I don't know if it's some level of doghouse. And now Steve Kerr is answering questions in the last game of the season, game 82, about rotations and about coaching decisions in a game that they lost. Because nobody asked if you win. It might get brought up, but nobody asked if you win. Now, they have no clue. I would say they're to the point now, and this is what happened with all of the games that Jonathan Kuminga missed. They do not know what their rotations are. I'll say this. As far as the Kings are concerned, whether they get the Grizzlies or if you look at the 4 teams in the play-in, I'm going to do it. We're in Sacramento, damn it. I'm going to do it. If you look at the 4 teams in the play-in, the Kings, I would say, they got so much drama early in the season that they're fine now.
Light the beam!
Thank you.
Light it!
They know who they are now. They're dealing with injuries, but the best version of this interim beam team has been slightly injured. There's no Malik Monk. They know what the rotations are. They know what the roles are. Hopefully you get Jake LaRavia back, and you go from there. Let's look at the other teams. Aforementioned Golden State Warriors. Jonathan Kuminga, the best version of us is with Jonathan Kuminga. Well, he just got a DNP coach's decision yesterday. And Guy Santos, who supposedly took his minutes or was going to take his minutes, he didn't play either. The Warriors, all they do, they dump it down to Jimmy Butler like he's prime Giannis. That's all they do. And just pray that somebody else can make a 3 like Brandon Pajemski or Moses Moody. So they don't even have their rotations set. They got to see what's going on with Jimmy. Obviously, he'll play. The Grizzlies never had an identity. Now they don't have a coach. They're trying to be the Kings and get that coach's bump. It didn't happen. Neither of them were even supposed to be in the play-in. They both blew their situations. And the Mavericks are probably the only team in a worse point guard situation than the Sacramento Kings.
I don't know. They got Dinwiddie.
Oh, yeah.
It's still down.
I don't know. If you're sitting here arguing Spencer, 33-year-old Spencer Dinwiddie to me, I've made my point.
What's our motto been all season? Sacramento. At least we're not Dallas.
So that's where we're at. Now, I'm not saying that the Kings are going to get out of the play. I'm saying these are the facts.
Visions are clear.
They've been the most consistent team so far, or these last, 20 games. Now, the Warriors, don't get me wrong. I'm kind of blowing the Warriors thing out of proportion. I still don't want to see the Warriors because their record with Jimmy has been great. But I called them false prophets beforehand, and they really have no business being in the play-in at all. So that's where we're at with everything. Now that I've made you feel really good, let's talk about the history of the 9 seed since the play-in's inception, and we'll see how good you're still feeling about your Sacramento Kings. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sacktown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sacktown Sports app.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-694-1010. That's 1-800-694-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. 1-800-694-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
916-339-1140. If you want to be a part of the conversation, am I crazy? Who don't you want to see? Do you want the chaos? Do you want part 3, Kings, Warriors? Do you want the Grizzlies? Would it feel better? What if you lose to the Thunder? I mean, high risk, high reward here, right? You lose to the Thunder, but you get into the playoffs by beating the Warriors. Or do you take a grizzled, rough Grizzlies team? What would you prefer? 916-339-1140. Well, when it comes to the history of the 9 seed, I did a deep dive today, and I don't feel bad about it. It's really just a coin flip. That's all it is. I was just in Vegas, red or black. Roulette, baby. Blackjack. You never know what could happen. So here it is. Here's some of the history of the 9 seed. Let's start right here. A 9 seed has never made it to the second round, which I found interesting. Not necessarily surprising, but interesting. 9 seed has never made it to the second round. Here are a breakdown of the 9 seeds. They are 6-2 in 9-10 games. That bodes well for the Sacramento Kings. 3-3 in 8 seed games. All right, so they're 508 seed games, which right now means anything could happen. Now, here's a breakdown of what those 3 teams did once they won in the 8 seed game. The number 9 Grizzlies in 2021, they lost to the Jazz, and they lost the series 4-1.
Remember when the Jazz were a 1 seed? That was crazy.
Yeah. They lost 4-1. The number 9 Pelicans in 2022 lost to the Suns 4-2. Okay. And the number 9 Atlanta Hawks, this one confused the heck out of me. In 2022, lost 4-1 to the Miami Heat.
Yeah. Don't you remember that? The year that the Heat went to, that was...
the Heat were a 1 seed 2 years ago?
Well, 3 years ago.
3 years ago?
That was the Tobias Harris over me was the next round. And then that was the conference finals where it went 7 games against Boston, and like Max Strus's foot was on the back line and Jimmy stepped on the line for 3. And that's why they didn't beat the Celtics, and the Celtics went on to lose to the Warriors.
1 seed, huh?
Yeah,
well,
they were really good that year.
The 9 seeded Hawks lost 4-1. So A 9 seed hasn't even gotten close to getting to the second round. And if you think about it, obviously they're facing off against whoever the 1 seed is that season. So not as if they should, but never even gotten to 3 games. Only one team got 2 games, and that was from the Suns, who was that Suns in 4 year? That was Suns in 4 year.
That was Suns in 4, where they lost to Dallas in the next round.
So they haven't really made me feel great about the chances. But again, expectation-wise, if you were to tell me that and I talked about this with Jason Ross, if you were to tell me that the Oklahoma City Thunder would lose twice to the Kings and one of those wins was in Sacramento, I think that'd be awesome. We have the whole offseason to discuss why that's not good enough. But I do think it would be awesome if the Kings could at least win a game or 2. Now, there are a lot, talking about putting the cart before the horse, a lot of things have to happen. By the way, the number 6 seed Rockets in 1994, 1995, the lowest seed to ever win an NBA championship. The 99 Knicks and the 2022-2023 Heat are the only 8 seed to ever win a conference championship and get to the NBA Finals. So, it kind of is what it is. Obviously, the funny thing is, if you are 3 through 8, this stuff kind of goes out the window because of everything that happened. We know that they were all a game apart from each other. So anything 3 through 8, it's really the Thunder, and I don't want to disrespect the Rockets, but it's the Thunder and everybody else. The problem is the Kings were significantly worse between the 8 and the 9 seed. That's the issue. So as much as I want to throw the Kings in that category, I cannot throw the Kings into the same category as the Lakers or even the Nuggets, even though all these teams were so close. Funny enough, and let's talk about the come up of the century. Who would have saw the Timberwolves the Timberwolves were in the play-in all season long. They were in the play-in for 80% of the season, it felt like. And they do what they need to do at the right time, and they sneak out of the play-in at the very end.
Yeah, Minnesota has had a great second half of the season. Now, we mentioned Minnesota had one of the easier strength of schedules, but I remember so vividly early on in the season when the Knicks were killing it and Minnesota was struggling. I'm like, Minnesota's figuring out their growing pains right now, and it might take the whole season, but they're figuring out the growing pains, and they seem to have figured it out, or at least Anthony Edwards has figured out how to play alongside Julius Randle in a way that makes their offense look a lot better, because they are, I would say, if you're looking for an underseeded team to beat a higher seeded team in any of these first round series, I'm not talking about like 5-4, Minnesota beating the Lakers is a solid choice if you're going to pick one.
Yes. And we will get to the Eastern Conference as well, but right now just breaking down the Western Conference and the Sacramento Kings. All right, we've talked about the present. Let's talk about the past, and let's talk about the future. Are the Kings going in the right direction, wrong direction, or do they have no direction at all? We will hear from one of the leaders of the Kings, Domantas Sabonis, on the other side. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Stay up to date on Sacramento sports. Join the Sacktown Sports 1140 newsletter. Visit sacktownsports.com.
Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is back May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo. Presented by Rocks Tech with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, Cole Wetzel, Nate Smith, and more. You'll enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single-day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPFest.com. Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th with Michelob Ultra and Carl's Jr. Find out more at CITPFest.com.
Welcome to the SoFi NBA Play-In Tournament, a chance to punch your ticket to the playoffs and earn a spot on the main stage.
Their title hopes are still alive.
But to prove you've got what it takes, you've got to take somebody's place. Every game, every play, and every moment matters. All you got to do is win to get in. Don't miss the SoFi NBA Play-In Tournament April 15th through 18th on ESPN and TNT.
Listen for the Toyota Tahoe Report every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday with Johnny Mosley to get the latest weather conditions in Tahoe throughout this snow season. Brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
Your old HVAC system could be costing you a fortune in energy bills and repair bills. Right now, Sierra Pacific is offering deep discounts, saving homeowners thousands of dollars. Savings that won't be available later this year. But you must act fast. We have to fill openings in our schedule next week. This limited time offer is only available if you book your installation for next week. Don't wait until it's too late. Call Sierra Pacific and lock in your savings today.
Sierra Pacific Solar Heating and Air. The guys in the big red trucks.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Are the Kings going in the right direction, wrong direction, or no direction at all? That is the question. 916-339-1140 if you want to answer the question yourself. And if I were to answer the question, and I'm going to do it right now after we hear from Domantas Sabonis, who talks about the ups and downs of this season and whether or not they reached their goals. Here it is.
Yeah, it's been a lot of ups and downs. A lot of things happened in 1 year. And like you said, we ended up getting 40. It's not the number we wanted or the seed we wanted. But I feel like we're playing our best basketball these last 6, 7 games, 8 games, and we got to use that momentum into the play-ins.
That was Domantas Sabonis. And, I was also thinking, we're going to get into the direction here, but I was also thinking, how hard or easy is it to motivate yourself for the play-in? This is not the first 4 in March Madness, where I know these kids are getting paid now, and I'm glad that they are, but this is not Norfolk State with an opportunity. You won your conference championship, but because you're a small school, you still have to play in a first 4 game, and you have an opportunity to do something that's never been done, and you're 19, 20 years old, and it's an opportunity, and you're kind of slighted because you should have been in the field of 64 anyway. This is not that. These dudes have families. It's been a long year. It's been a really long year if you were a Sacramento King. I do wonder, how hard is it to rally around themselves and get themselves psyched up to make a playoff run when we just said the numbers. We know what it is. And they know how unrealistic it might be. It's easy for a fan to sit here and say, oh, man, I'd love to just see a playoff win. I'd love to see a playoff win, whether it be in Sacramento or not. That'd be great. It's easy for us to say that. But for them to rally around each other to get their butts whooped by the Thunder, or is there enough in them to say, hey, we are one of the best teams in the play-in. We can come out of this. And why not shock the world? Is it too Disney? Are we being unrealistic? Is it too Disney? Is it too feel-good story? Is it too unrealistic? These dudes got more money than 95, 99% of the world. And this thing is cooked. And they got families. And they're ready to go Cancun on 3. And if you're not first, you're last, hashtag Ricky Bobby. So how hard is it for them, or how unrealistic as we look at March Madness and those situations? This is not that. This is not that. I do wonder how hard is it? And they're not, by the way, also not a young team that surprised people being in the play-in, and the Chicago Bulls, right? Not a team like that. These dudes are 32, 34, 36. Domantas Sabonis had his son in the press conference. He's ready to go. How hard is it for them to truly lock in?
So I think this goes back. Remember when we were talking about, because you just hit the point. When we were talking about a few weeks ago, the best 10 seed ever would be the Sacramento Kings. And we went through the list of 10 seeds. We concluded, and I think this is poignant now that we're here at the play-in, there's 3 types of teams in the play-in. There's the teams on the way out, as in they're getting ready to tank.
Yes.
There's the teams that are on the way up. We talked about the Thunder played in the play-in. The Grizzlies 5 years ago played in the play-in. There's Boston was in the play-in at one point. There's teams on the way up. There's teams on the way down. And then there's the teams where it's like, yeah, we're here, but we know we're better than this, like the Miami Heat or the Golden State Warriors, where it's basically Jimmy Butler teams, where it's like, we're in the play-in because we don't care about the regular season, but we're going to be fine.
And I would say that the Kings aren't the same as the Heat, but I guess they fit there. They're just the Kings.
Yeah. This goes back to the conversation of revenue teams or tanking teams. The Kings don't fit either bill at this point, but I think it's easier for those teams that are on the way up to get motivated about the play-in because this is your first step towards building something.
That's the first 4 situation. That's the Norfolk State. That's the Iona. That's that situation. The Kings aren't that.
No, and I think if more teams had that mentality, I think you could get yourself more hyped for the play-in, because I think that's the mentality, right? The famous Patrick Beverley chucking the jersey in the crowd, and Anthony Edwards jumping on the table, and Karl Anthony Towns crying and kissing his girlfriend because it was the first time the Timberwolves had ever eliminated someone from the playoffs in 18 years. That's the mentality that people want from play-in teams, or at least you're talking about. But it's hard to get yourself hyped for that when you're Jonas Valanciunas, and this is the 6th year in a row that you're in the damn play-in.
I would like to believe that there has been such a lack of playoff opportunities and playoff experience that I do think that they will be motivated. I do wonder. I just wonder what that level is. And we're going to find out a lot on Wednesday, and we're going to find out even more if they get there on Friday. That's the reality of the situation. I would never sit here and question their competitiveness. It's just the reality of you're not playing for a parade. You're playing for your life. And then you got to go to OKC, who, if this was last season, I think that even fans would feel a little bit different, because the Kings randomly played OKC pretty well last season. But this season, I mean, they have not faced OKC. I do not believe they've even faced OKC with Jalen Williams on the floor. And I don't think that they've ever lost by less than 10 in any of those matchups. So you'd have to really dig deep after you've already dug deep just to get to the playoffs, period. While they're just the Thunder is just chilling, and that's why the numbers are what they are.
You would be correct. The Kings are 0-3 this year against the Thunder. Jalen Williams did not play in any of those games, and in those 3 matchups, they lost by a combined 67 points.
So he didn't play in any of the 3 games.
He did not play without Jalen Williams, their potential All-NBA forward. The Thunder's average margin of victory against the Kings is 22.5.
Yeah. So I do wonder. I do. And we're going to find out pretty soon. It's more about that second game. I think the Kings, in front of that home crowd, will come with the requisite intensity. It's just more so about, now you get sent off, and it was a much better, I would argue, much better situation last season. to face. I know you hadn't beat the Pelicans, so maybe there was a little bit of mental situation going on there, a mentality situation going on there, but no Zion. The Smoothie King Center, I don't think is at the top of anybody's list for tough places to talk about home court advantage. I would put the Pelicans at the closer to the bottom than the top, respectfully.
What was the Kyle Draper joke on the broadcast after CJ went crazy? All 5,000 people are going crazy in here.
So this season, a much tougher setup. I think an easier first game against the Mavs. And like I said, I'm not sleeping on it. It's just you had to deal with the Warriors. And you really didn't have home court. Maybe that's why the Kings won, because there were so many Warrior fans in there.
I don't know, because in hindsight, doesn't it feel like that Warriors situation was kind of nuked? Like, now that we know everything that happened with Clay and everyone being unhappy.
Yeah, that team was on its last leg.
Yeah.
That team was on its last leg. I do think that it took the Kings putting the nail in the coffin for them. This setup this season, you have a Mavs team. They got to go to Sacramento. I think the Kings will probably be favored by, I don't know, 4.5. Yeah, something like that. Then you have to go to either Golden State for that rematch, and they don't forget, and that's a better Golden State team. It is. That's why they shouldn't even be in the play-in. Or a Grizzlies team that I would put, if I'm comparing that Grizzlies team to the Pelicans without Zion last season, I understand it's a different team, but just for the sake of the exercise, I would definitely say that this Grizzlies situation, and I'm not high on them. I was having some fun roasting them a little bit at the top of the hour, but that's a tougher game.
I think it's better for the Kings than the Pelican matchup. Only because since the All-Star break, the Grizzlies have been basically a below 500 team.
Right.
So, yes, the Grizzlies have a better record, but they also have been really struggling recently and just fired a coach, and the vibes seem like not great.
On paper, you could argue that this season, on paper, you'd probably say this season is tougher than last season, right? With added context and how the Pelicans just owned the Kings, you'd probably say, hey, at least you don't have to face the Pelicans this season.
If we're jumping past the Dallas of it all, I would agree. And I guess in your defense of Warriors versus Dallas in the 9-10, Dallas did kind of like ask Anthony Davis to shut it down for the season. So organizationally, even they, like, not the players, the organization doesn't even want to be here at this point.
Right.
So I guess in that sense, it's a better matchup. I just think, even with everything that's happened, I think a healthy version of this Dallas team, even without Kyrie Irving, will be more difficult for the Kings to defeat than last year's Warriors team.
Man, I don't know about that. I don't know.
Again, this is an if healthy. If they have, the Kings are going to have to play the Beef Brothers because, yes, they beat Dallas earlier in the season,
right,
but you would get Gafford, Lively, and Anthony Davis
all game long.
That's tough.
Yeah.
And Anthony Davis at the power forward means Keegan's got to guard Anthony Davis.
He could be a game wrecker, and he's been really good against the Kings this season. He was in a different jersey, but he's been really good against the Kings this season. And ultimately, I do think that there are a couple situations where the Kings could slip, and it's going to happen early. If they slip to the Mavericks, it's going to be kind of similar to what we saw yesterday, where they're sleepwalking a little bit, and it's not the Suns missing every person that they're paying more than $10 million. It's a Mavericks team that is not, I wouldn't say fully loaded, but they got all-stars on that team.
Well, they also have Kings killers Spencer Dinwiddie and PJ Washington.
That's
too.
right. PJ Washington, we haven't seen him in a while. I think maybe the last couple games we haven't seen PJ Washington. So that game, I think the Kings eventually pulled away, but that game where the Mavs didn't have anybody because they didn't have Luke all season, and Dinwiddie went off and PJ Washington went off, that's the type of stuff that'll scare you.
Was that the double overtime one? Not the one where Kyrie blew out his knee?
No, I don't think Kyrie didn't play. Kyrie didn't play in that. That was in Sacramento.
Oh, the one that was the first game of the Doug era.
I believe so.
About. Yeah, the one when our Jeff called in that day.
And both those guys went off. So This thing, we don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, but the Kings, yeah, they should take care of business. Doesn't mean they're going to. Are the Kings going in the right direction, wrong direction? Or do they have no direction at all? Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Get it? With the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
At Rocket, we believe everyone deserves their shot at the American dream. So if you're feeling locked out of home ownership, we're here to give you back the keys. We're opening doors, breaking down walls, and doing everything we can to turn renters into owners. And we're not going to stop until we help everyone home. To find out more, visit rocket.com. Rocket, own the dream.
It's official. Newsmax has become a news giant. It's even listed on the New York Stock Exchange. Over 40 million Americans regularly turn to Newsmax for the news they need to know. They're tuning into the Newsmax channel on all major cable systems. They watch Newsmax 2 on all streaming platforms. They go online to newsmax.com for breaking headlines. Millions more have downloaded the free Newsmax app on their smartphone and home TV. Reuters says Newsmax is one of the top news brands in America. Even President Trump says Newsmax is terrific, and he's watching. Tens of millions of Americans like you have made the switch to Newsmax for the news they can trust. So make the switch today. You won't ever look back.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Save $12,000 off MSRP on new 2025 Silverado 1500 LT at the Maida Chevy Silverado Supercenter after all rebates.
And Maida Chevy still has one of the largest selections in the Sacramento area.
With $12,000 off new Silverado exclusively at the Maida Chevy Silverado Supercenter. Now that's big, huge. See them all at MaidaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
5 savings list trade in 2011 or newer. Not available with special financing, lease, and some other offers.
Made a great deal at Maida.
Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Look, I've played a lot of golf courses in Sacramento, but if you want pristine conditions, a fun layout, and 27 holes that never get old, Timber Creek and Sierra Pines is the spot. The fairway is perfect. The greens, smooth and true. The practice facility, next level. And whether you're out for a casual round or hosting a big tournament, Timber Creek delivers every time. The course is always in top shape. The staff treats you right. And the experience, it's unmatched. It's easily my favorite place to play in Sacramento. Book your tee time now at timbercreekgc.com.
At Big O Tires, now through April 27th, get $50 to $100 instant savings on 4 select in-stock Cooper, Bridgestone, Firestone, Pirelli, or Hankook brand tires with installation purchase. Disposal fees extra, not good with other offers. See your locally owned Big O Tire store for pricing.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
on Sacktown Sports.
A lot of news around the league. Mike Budenholzer let go. Pelicans fire their president, basketball operations as well. That's what happens when your season's over. This stuff starts. And the season isn't over for the Sacramento Kings, much to maybe some fans' chagrin, as they were hoping to get that pick. And we do have some very small possible scenarios that we will get into as well, as we ask the question, are the Kings going in the right direction, wrong direction, and no direction at all? I would say the Kings, it's funny because this is who they are. Doesn't feel like, as of right now, they plan on tanking and starting from scratch. They're a tweaking team, and they're a rebuilding team. Their goal is to get playoff revenue and see what happens. Hopefully get hot. So I think that in itself, you could answer in a way and say, well, I think that's the wrong direction to go in. And that would be obviously up to you, your opinion. When I look at the Kings, I just think that they don't really have a direction. I would say, and maybe it's a cop-out, but I would say no direction. I think the direction is, hey, we are going to do whatever it is we can do to stay relevant. We're going to retool and tweak and see what it is we can do that makes sense right now, whether it's getting a star that may or may not fit, but it's a name. The direction is just being relevant. That's what it is. Being relevant. That's what the direction is. It's not about, oh yeah, we want to build from the ground up and get young talent. They are attempting to do what, and it's not just them. The problem is it's what they're willing to pay. They're not terribly different. I don't know that the Suns, I don't know if the Phoenix Suns or Phoenix in general is a much better market than Sacramento. Great golf out there, don't get me wrong. But they're willing to open their wallets and not really see the return. Now, at the time, they feel like they're going to get a return. I don't know that Devin Booker is better than De'Aaron Fox. You could have opened your wallet, could have had KD, Bradley Beal, find a way to facilitate that. But you got to open your wallet. And again, nothing came of it. They continue to fire coaches. Kevin Durant, I just saw from Shams, the Suns are essentially going to work to facilitate a trade for Kevin Durant. I think the most, or to get Kevin Durant out of there, I think it's really interesting what exactly Kevin Durant is worth. Are the Suns saying uncle? Now, you can't really say uncle too much because of how much Kevin Durant gets paid. You can't just say, we're going to get 1,000 picks for Kevin Durant. You have to make that money match.
He also only has 1 year left on his contract.
That too. So what are teams willing to give up? So the Kings are in that model of the Phoenix Suns. The problem is we look at these models and they're not the top seeds right now. And the Lakers, they're just a completely different beast. They were gifted Luka. But they are very similar in how they're trying to work around all this. I think the Timberwolves, we're still kind of trying to figure out who they are going to be and who they want to be.
Well, they also just abandoned Karl because of that contract for luxury tax reasons.
So, are they somewhat, I think they're not going to move off of Anthony Edwards. So they're another retooling team, smaller market, but Anthony Edwards, much bigger name than anybody on the Kings. I think he would be easier to convince or facilitate than De'Aaron Fox for sure. But there are teams doing what the Sacramento Kings do year in, year out. I don't know how successful it's been. the other part of it too is how much you're willing to open up your wallet, what you're allowed to even open your wallet to do, and how much you want to make that happen. So I don't think there is much of a direction, which I guess you could answer and say, well, Allen, that sounds like it's the wrong direction. If you don't have a direction, how could it be the right direction?
We just don't see the vision.
Yeah.
We don't know where this all is headed.
Because I don't think but again, going back to what we talked about in the first hour, you can check that out on the Sacktown Sports app. You can rewind on YouTube as well. I don't know how unique that is to the Kings. I think every season these teams are going in with clean slates. Now, some slates are cleaner than others. I think every season these teams are coming in feeling like, okay, this is who we're not moving. Everybody else we're willing to move. And every season we're going to see what the deal is. The Knicks felt like they're building this Villanova thing. They got a commercial and they're doing all this, they're doing all that. They might be in on Kevin Durant. So who are they willing to move off of next season? You know, is another team that I don't know what they're going to do this season, but I do find it fascinating. They do seem to be trying to build is the Indiana Pacers. They go out, they go get Pascal Siakam last season. They didn't move on from Miles Turner. They have a lot of drafted talent. They went out, they made the deal for Tyrese Halliburton. They got an Andrew Nembhard, right? They got a Benedict Mathurin. What is that a guy? Is that a team that's a sleeper for Kevin Durant? Are they a Kevin Durant away? I would say it's possible. I haven't seen it, but they're not good enough.
I think they're a sleeper for a name, but I don't think that name is Kevin Durant.
Yes.
I just don't know.
Are they a Devin Booker away? Could be.
I mean, they wouldn't have the best trade package on the table for him. I think it's interesting when you talk about a team being an X player or a Y player away, because what you're essentially trying to get is for those teams, I'm not saying the Kings, for those teams, you're trying to get a number one somewhere else to come be a number 2 or 3 there. Because otherwise, if a team's trying to get rid of a player because they're their number 1, what are you bringing to the table that's going to make it so much better if that person's still a number 1, right? Yeah. So if Devin Booker, who's the number 1A on the Phoenix Suns, goes to Detroit and he's a 1B with Cade Cunningham, does that put Detroit over the top? Maybe Detroit thinks it does.
I definitely think that Detroit would feel that way.
Yeah, I think Detroit would feel like we are a Devin Booker away. I don't think they're there yet, but I'm sure they feel like they are.
We got to see what happens in the Eastern Conference. We got to see what happens this season. We got to see what happens in the East, on the East. So, look, man, I will say I am really excited for these playoffs. Just straight up. I'm very excited for these playoffs. I know we have to see what happens with the Kings and everything like that, but regardless of whether the Kings get where they need to go or not, Pistons Knicks is going to be incredible. Bucks Pacers, I saw something that Dame might not be done. Very confusing stuff there, but that would be great. I'd love to see it.
A rematch of last year, except a healthy Giannis.
Yeah. Lakers, Timberwolves, Clippers, Nuggets. I'm way more excited for the playoffs than I was last season, just based on the matchups. 916-339-1140. Let's get to TC. Wants to be a part of the conversation. What's up, TC? What you got for us?
Hey, Allen, what's going on, man? How y'all doing?
Good, man. How you doing?
Oh, man, just vibing. Just tapping in with y'all, man. Ready for Wednesday, man. I don't want to speak too much, but I believe we're going to win those, man, and get in. Whether we get swept or not, like I told y'all before, I think that's going to be a successful season for the Kings. And I think to answer your question, right, I think the Kings are going in the right direction, right? Just a little small move like this. Have we ever thought about what if Doug already has the coaching job, right? And what if Doug is telling Vivek, right, and the guys, hey, you know what? Don't announce this until after the season, whether we win in the playoffs or whether we get hung out. Don't announce it until after, right? Because I don't want to rub feathers like, hey, you got Mike Brown out of here to get me in. Doug might be on that note. Also, I gotta. To me, Doug has a job by this small move, by the Terrence Davis signing. I might be looking too much into it, Allen, but by that small move, I look like that's a Doug move. Like, hey, bring in TD, I need him. We might need him for the playoffs. We need a point guard. And for them to make that small move, I think that was a move that Doug made, bro. So that showed me that Doug's the head coach moving forward, bro.
Thanks for the call, TC. Great stuff, as always. Yeah, the argument for the right direction would be a baby step, right? It would be, hey, we're going to move off of DeMar DeRozan. We're going to get a point. We're going to get a point guard. Malik, we need Malik to play at the level he's played the last couple seasons. We need him healthy too. We need Malik. We need Zach LaVine. We need that to work. You go get a point guard, whoever that may be. And if Jake LaRavia takes his talents elsewhere, because he'll probably get priced out, you move forward and you get another wing forward type that can help. Maybe somebody even better than Jake LaRavia. It's tough too, and we'll do this breakdown once the season is over. One of those situations where Trey Lyles has done it again, probably playing his best basketball of the season. Everybody thought that Kings were going to move on from Trey Lyles, but he's probably playing his best ball. Do you do you go back into that relationship? Again, I think Trey Lyles is nice when he's a little bit deeper on the bench. He's played well, but we've seen what has happened when, hey, we are going to celebrate you for playing well, and here's more playing time, and then you don't see it consistently. But you get the Trey Lyles we've gotten the last 2 weeks, and it's not that I don't want Trey Lyles on the team. I want that Trey Lyles on the team. How often are we going to see him there? That's what we're trying to really get to the bottom with. So you can make, if you're making the argument for the Kings and they're moving in the right direction, yeah, you make a tweak here, tweak there. And I do think that they could be in the conversation because there's only so many big moves that can be made, right? Everyone is, and maybe that tweak is bigger than we think. I don't necessarily want Ja Morant. Y'all tried to convince me. But if you get a Ja to pair up, now Malik Monk would have to shoot the basketball much better if you're adding Ja. But you get a Ja Morant. You add somebody like, you get a Trae Young. Now we're talking. So because of where the Kings are, you can't, or it's tough for me to say right direction simply because they're going to just see what we've learned from the DeMar DeRozan thing is they're just going to see who's willing to come to Sacramento. And they're going to pay that Sacramento tax and kind of just go from there. That's pretty much it. So we know what they want to do, whether that is a direction. The direction is we're just trying to get guys that are talented, and hopefully it makes more sense than it might initially seem like it does, or we can find someone that it clearly makes sense. It's those situations. So that's not really a direction. It's we're going to go into the offseason and see what's available. That is what they do. That's simply what it is. Domantas Sabonis makes some history. We will discuss the type of history that is when we return. 12 o'clock hour coming up next. And what does Domantas Sabonis have to prove in the play-in in the playoffs? Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
You never know what you might hear when listening to a Sacramento Kings game.
Out of Keegan, going for another triple. Man, is he feeling it. Keegan, can he do it? Yes, there's number 11, Keegan Murray. Keegan steps back. He just knocked down his 12th three-pointer, a Kings franchise record. He's got 45 points.
Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with Sactown Sports and the Sactown Sports app.
Every day when we're on the road, people around us endanger themselves and others by looking at their phones while driving. There's the sneaker peeker who darts their eyes between the road and their texts, or the nightlighter who illuminates their car after dark. If that's you, reconsider before you find yourself becoming the fender bender-er, the got a ticket-er, or worst of all, the driver who killed someone. Put the phone away or pay. Paid for by NHTSA.
At Spud, we power local business with incentives on clean energy equipment, tools to manage electricity usage and save money, tailored solutions from dedicated strategic account advisors, and 50% lower rates than neighboring utilities, all while doing more for the planet with clean energy solutions, savings, reliability, personalized service, clean energy, helping local businesses thrive. That's our Clean Power Promise. Learn more at smud.org.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed cracks in your drywall, chimney, or exterior walls? I hope not, because if you have, they could be indications that you've got a much bigger problem with your foundation. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to stabilize your foundation. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one. Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram and Woodland. Ram Truck Month is back. Chad, what kind of deals are happening at Hoblet?
Right now, save up to $17,000 off MSRP on the hard-to-find new 2024 Ram 2500 Bighorn Crew Cabs. We have hundreds of new Ram Heavy Duties available with huge savings, including on the new 2025 Ram Heavy Duties. One of many reasons we are California's #1 Ram truck dealer.
Okay, what kind of selection are we talking about?
We have over 300 new Ram Heavy Duties available, including the all-new 2025 Ram Heavy Duties everyone's buzzing about. With more arriving daily, it's a full-on Ram takeover. If you've been thinking about a new Ram Heavy Duty, now is the time, especially with potential tariffs that could impact the pricing soon.
Search, select, and save through their whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
17,000 total net savings on select new 2024 Ram 2500 Bighorns after $79.72 factory rebates and $90.28 dealer discount. Rebates include $500 first responder bonus cash for eligible first responders. Toothless net savings. Sample VIN 395 300 and 396 633. See dealer for details.
The sewer system. It's probably the last thing on your mind, and that's okay. Because at the Sacramento Area Sewer District, it's our first priority. As the region's largest sewer utility, we own and maintain thousands of miles of sewer pipe. And our job is to get to your sewer problem before it interrupts your life. So whether you've got a slow drain or a backup, call us first, day or night. The Sacramento Area Sewer District. It's a dirty job, but we're happy to do it.
Your old HVAC system could be costing you a fortune in energy bills and repair bills. Right now, Sierra Pacific is offering deep discounts, saving homeowners thousands of dollars. Savings that won't be available later this year. But you must act fast. We have to fill openings in our schedule next week. This limited time offer is only available if you book your installation for next week. Don't wait until it's too late. Call Sierra Pacific and lock in your savings today.
Sierra Pacific Solar Heating and Air. The guys in the big red trucks.
If you've always wanted to be a part of that Jeep life, there's no better time than now than the 2025 Jeep Wrangler. And no one has a better selection than Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. The Jeep Wrangler has been unmatched in off-road capability for over 80 years. But being a Jeep owner, it's so much more than the performance on and off the road. It's a lifestyle. It's camaraderie. It's the versatility and the customization. The new Jeep Wrangler, it's better than ever. And you won't be able to find a better car buying experience or selection than at Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.
With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and advanced fiber solutions, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business.
Switch today and ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig speed package. Offer ends 4/21/25. New customers only with a 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports 1140. Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
So I have a kind of interesting situation. And it's Josh Kroenke of the Nuggets. And he's doing a presser. And he's breaking down just a lot of things, right? He says he's asked about Russell Westbrook. As far as Michael Malone and Calvin Booth, he says, to be frank, neither of them deserved it, and for that I apologize. I needed to be better, too. Ultimately, I made the decision last week with the hope of trying to rejuvenate the group. This season is not over. But this is what's funny. He gets asked about Michael Porter Jr. So imagine this in the Kings realm, if this is about Malik Monk or whoever it is. He gets asked about a report that he would never trade Michael Porter Jr., and he says, completely false. I'm not going to be green-lighting any trades around here when I don't see complete organizational cohesion and we're not maximizing the group we got. But how funny is it to say, hey, the question is it's a lose-lose question, because Michael Porter Jr. is looking around thinking, okay, I guess I'm not an untouchable, and I get it. Guys get paid a lot of money. It's all part of the deal. But, hey, what about the reports that you won't trade Michael Porter Jr.? Oh, those are false. Basically, we will if we think it makes sense.
So I do want to live in this world where he's basically saying, no, we're totally open to trading him.
Right.
The context for it is this. There were reports after Michael Malone got fired, or after Calvin Booth got fired also, that Booth had thought about trading Murray and Porter Jr. And that, famously, we talked about it on the show. They had an offer. For the Bulls, I think, said no, but it was basically, the idea was LaVine for Michael Porter Jr. and Zeke Naji,
right?
Which, by the way, is probably going to be a trade deal on the table for the Kings this offseason, potentially. Right. But there were reports that it got shut down because the Cronkies, who are University of Missouri guys, didn't want to trade University of Missouri's Michael Porter Jr. And I guess you kind of have to say, we're not going to not trade someone because of that reason.
Right. Yes.
But it comes off as if you're saying, Michael Porter Jr., of course we're willing to trade you.
We're willing. And it's funny because the season, and he says it as well, the season is not over. So all this stuff will get handled in the offseason. Some teams are just, it's so funny, this playoff situation. You have the Knicks that are 0-10 against the elite in the East. You have the Nuggets and the Grizzlies who are essentially just saying, we know we're not going to win. That's why we're firing our coaches. So these playoffs, some teams, it's almost as if they're waiting for the season to end. We don't know what's going to happen with Monty McNair and the front office and Domantas Sabonis. So Domantas Sabonis makes NBA history this season with his rebounding, 13.9 rebounds per game, first in NBA. 10.1 defensive rebounds per game, first in NBA, most since 2022. 3.8 offensive rebounds per game, second in NBA, behind Walker Kessler, who is untouchable out there in Utah, unless you give them 3 firsts. 61 double-doubles, first in the NBA. Third straight season with 60 or more double-doubles. Fifth player in NBA history to lead the league in double-doubles 3 years in a row. Eighth player in NBA history to lead the NBA in rebounding 3 years in a row. Also ended up shooting 40% from three-point line for the first time in his career, minus that Indiana season where he only took 17, and he made 9 of them. If Sabonis makes All-NBA this season, he will be the second Sacramento King and 6th in franchise history to make 3 or more All-NBA teams, including Chris Webber, Tiny Archibald, Oscar Robinson, Jerry Lucas, Bob Davies, all of them who are in the Hall of Fame. And with all that being said, and I get it, you're playing for yourself, and Domantas Sabonis, he'll let out those primal screams, as Mark Jones will call them. I want to see what he does in the playoffs. Now, I understand offensively, Domantas Sabonis is not going to take over a game. That's just not really his bag, per se, for lack of a better term. But I do feel like if you look at the path here, Domantas Sabonis and the respect that we want for him in Sacramento, that I would guess that he wants for himself, this is an opportunity. You beat Anthony Davis on this stage. Nobody cares that the Kings swept the Lakers last season. Nobody cares about whatever that record is. The Lakers own the Kings this season. So you beat Anthony Davis and 2 other bigs, by the way, Lively, Daniel Gafford. You have a good game there. One of your patented, it doesn't have to be a triple-double, but a nice double-double that actually seems like it helped the team. Not 13 and 10, something like that. And then you either beat the Grizzlies, Jaren Jackson Jr., who I know can be hybrid 4 and sometimes plays 5, and Zach, they got Zach Edey now too. But you beat a Zach Edey and Jaren Jackson front court, or you beat the Warriors, and that would help that narrative that they owned you a couple years ago in that playoff series. Kevon Looney Quentin Post now. They don't really have a traditional center that they run out there all the time. As good as these numbers are for Domantas Sabonis, I do think that legacies, everything is relative when it comes to legacies. And I think Domantas Sabonis being in Sacramento, nobody is sitting there saying, well, he's got no ring. Nobody is saying that. But if he could get to the playoffs, a feat that has not been done in Sacramento very often with these numbers, I think it can go a long way for how the league views him. I really do.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the thing with him in terms of national perspective, is that you're either the person like Ramona Shelburne and I believe Kirk Goldsberry. There's someone else who's like a big, like Domantas Sabonis might be the most underrated player. I heard that on the broadcast the other day. Someone was like Domantas Sabonis, who I think is the most underrated player in the NBA. I can't remember which game that was.
Yeah.
It was maybe the one on Wednesday. But anyways, Domantas Sabonis has never won a playoff series. Not in Indiana, not in Sacramento, and yet he is should be 4-time All-Star. I know he's been snubbed a couple times, but should be 4-time All-Star and potentially 3-time All-NBA player, which is the same number of All-Stars as Devin Booker and the same number of All-NBAs as I believe Anthony Davis had through his age 28 season, which
Right.
I think Domas, this is his age 28 season. So like, you're talking about a player who merits that level of excellence, which is, by the way, why they should not really entertain trading him this offseason, because he's in his prime still.
Right.
But this is a player who is either people are trying to yell from the mountaintops how underappreciated he is, or you're the person who's like, do it in the playoffs. Those seem to be the two lanes of non-Sacramento Kings fans talking about Domantas Sabonis.
Yeah. And I think the issue is, all of the other bigs, when it comes to their offensive bag, they can do more. Anybody that he's been compared to. Now, Joel Embiid, I don't know what to do with him, but when he's on the floor, he can take, and this is what it's been, he could drop 40 on you, right? Jokic, he can drop whatever that he wants to on you. So he's a tier below, and that's fine, and he'll still be a tier below even if they get to the first round and lose to the Thunder. But I do think at the very least, he will be able to kind of shed some of that, and it might start turning into, man, Domantas Sabonis, it might turn into he needs to get out of Sacramento, but at least some of that comes from a respect factor. He's not even talked about now.
Yes and no. I mean, this is someone who did receive MVP votes last year, so I'm not going to pretend like he's not. At times he plays, this is the thing I've said with Domas, it's never linear of like, you're a top 5 player and you're always a top 5 player. It's
Right.
like week to week, you can play like a top 10 player in spurts. There have been moments this season where Domantas Sabonis has played like a top 10 player.
Yeah.
I go back to the game where he had 28 rebounds and 24 points. That is a Jokic level performance, dare I say. He is the 10th most triple doubles in NBA history. Yes, he's not Jokic, and yes, he's not Giannis, and yes, he wasn't Embiid when Embiid was an MVP, but he's like a much better Bam Adebayo.
Yeah.
And that, I think, is something that gets lost a lot, is like, he's not a top 3 center, but he's certainly a top 5 center. And I know Wemby and Karl have gotten better this year, and that might be the reason why he doesn't make all NBA, but he's certainly in the top 5, and it's worth noting that when he has these incredible accomplishments that all are going to get recognized at the end of the season.
Yeah, I do think, and for whatever it's worth, more people would just say that Bam Adebayo is better just based on the fact that he's been on the big stage and he's in Miami and Heat culture. These are more so narratives. That's the type of stuff I think that he can dispel. No, he's not going to get compared to Jokic. He shouldn't. He's not going to be compared to Giannis or anything like that. But it would just put him in a position where it's, hey, this guy needs a running mate or something that makes more sense, but let's not disrespect him. He is firmly in that tier below those guys, and he's better than Bam Adebayo. He's better than some guys that maybe get thrown around because they're just bigger names. It's the same argument that I used to have with De'Aaron Fox and Ja Morant. I think De'Aaron Fox is better than Ja Morant. but Ja Morant, the way he plays, garners more attention than how De'Aaron Fox plays. The other thing, getting back to the direction of the Kings, is, if you're not going to rebuild, you probably should stop getting rid of your best players. If you want to rebuild, then you can move on from Domantas Sabonis, but you talk about the no direction or wrong direction. If you're just going to retool, you should probably stop trading away your best vet players, because that's kind of your bag.
Well, if you are going to trade him to one of those teams that has the perspective of, this guy is one of the best players in the NBA and we're willing to give you 7 first-round picks to make it happen. Which, by the way, I'm going to say again, don't do that.
No.
You will not find, even the best rebuilding scenarios, you will not find a player as good as Domantas Sabonis for 5 years.
Kings players, they played a lot of minutes this season. How many of them finished in the top 25? And we also break down the offensive rating. It was an offensive explosion for the Kings, but still not enough to punch their ticket into the playoffs. At least not yet. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sacktown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sacktown Sports app.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Progressive knows when you're on your boat, you're already on vacation. And Vacation You forgets all your worries. Vacation You doesn't even keep track of time and knows that time is a meaningless construct designed to control us, man. But Regular You knows you don't want to be too far out in the water after the sun goes down because Vacation You doesn't know how to navigate in the dark yet. Vacation You and Regular You really need to get on the same page. So bundle your boat with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Phone lines are open. See some calls coming in, 916-339-1140. We'll get to you. A little bit of that Nokia. Speaking of, from Drizzy Drake. It is a great beat. Can't deny that. And the question, the overarching question, has been the Kings' direction. So I want to read some of those texts and get to some of your calls. Some of the numbers from this season, by the way. The Kings finished 8th in offensive rating. Which is pretty good. Second top 10 finish since 2005. So again, not the worst season in the world, but it's a really tough go right now with who the West is putting forward. In 2023, they were obviously first in offensive rating. 2024, they were 13th in offensive rating. And this season, they were 8th. They were top 10. They were also playing a lot of basketball.
But also an interesting note, if you look at the actual rating itself, their rating is slightly down this year, but they finished in the top 10.
Right. So just not as offensive as a season as a year ago. So 8th right there. Now, obviously, the defense still needs to be worked on. You have the Kings finished with 5 players in the top 25. And off the top of my head, that's got to be the most, right, in the NBA?
I can go look at it again, but I think non-Tibbs category.
Well, definitely non-Tibbs category. De'Aaron Fox, who was obviously with the Kings until the trade deadline, 36 minutes, which is insane. DeMar DeRozan matched his age with 35.9, which I think is literally, he's not far away from 36, 35.9 a game. That's insane. Zach LaVine at 35, Domantas Sabonis at 34.7, and that's the only, I would imagine that dropped so much after Jonas Valanciunas was added. I would imagine it was closer to 36 before that trade. And Keegan Murray sitting at 34. It's just not the type of stuff that I love to see when you're not winning games. So a couple of numbers there. Obviously, we like the offensive rating, but the minutes that are being played, it's just not really sustainable.
If my math is correct, which I believe it is, looking at the top 25, non-Tibbs category. Actually, no, we can count Tibbs category. There are only 5 Knicks in the top 25 also. So they tied the Knicks for most minutes played, and no other team had more than 3.
Crazy. And it's not a young team. 916-339-1140. Let's get to Leo. Wants to be part of the conversation. What's up, Leo? What you got for us?
Hey, how y'all doing, man? I'm sitting here thinking, while you guys were having talking about Sabonis, right? And the godly numbers then he puts up, they're outstanding. I mean, sometimes I hear some of these numbers compared to Wilt and all these guys. The question I have, one of the problems that I have with Sabonis is he can't play alongside another big. There's no reason why him and Valanciunas can't play together. But he had that problem with Rashawn Holmes when he was here, right? So he gets, I sometimes think he gets inflated numbers on the rebounding side. And then when I watch him play against other true 7-footers, he seems to be outmatched a lot. My question is Sabonis, is he dominant? Is he a dominant player?
Great question, Leo. Great question. It almost feels like he is the most, there was a term that there are different levels to this, okay? I'll be completely honest here. Back in my day, I was kind of a tweener when I played. I was fast, and I read off my my scouting report to Whitey. I was fast, but I wasn't a burner. Could go gap to gap, didn't really hit home runs. So you're a tweener, right? You don't really have, it's not that you can't play, a nice batting average, things like that, but you're a tweener. There are different levels of tweeners. There are tweeners that are in the NBA. There are tweeners that are in the NFL. There are tweeners that are in Major League Baseball. And I almost kind of feel like Leo asking me whether or not Domantas Sabonis is dominant. He is a dominant rebounder. But when I think dominant, I do think of the Shaquille O'Neals of the world. I just feel the Giannis's. I feel like the offensive bag has to be a part of it for me to say that. And he's not a shot blocker, right? What part of his game is dominant outside of the rebounding? So I don't think I can say yes. I think that Domantas Sabonis, to that point of playing the 2 big men, which I'm seeing all the texts, a lot of people want to see the beefy 5-layer nacho or whatever we were calling it.
We have the meat.
On
king size combo.
The king size combo. But I can't say that Domantas Sabonis is dominant. He is probably one of the most elite tweeners in the history of the NBA.
He is the second best point center in the history of the NBA. The problem is there might only be 1 point center that is the most dominant in NBA history. Because like I said before, he has this, again, he got snubbed from some all-star teams. He should have 4 all-star seasons, 3 in Sacramento, 1 in Indiana, which is the same amount as Devin Booker, and he should be a 3-time All-NBA center, which I believe is, more than if you put like Bam Adebayo and Jaren Jackson Jr. and all the other guys below him combined. So he's clearly a top 5 center who's received MVP votes in the past.
Yeah.
But there's obviously, like Jokic can go for 50 or he went for 61 the other day.
And because of that, I cannot call what I just said, right? There's a reason nobody is saying there is pressure on Domantas Sabonis to get into the playoffs. Some do, but that's because they're just trying to, hey, even though this guy's putting up wilt numbers, it doesn't necessarily translate the same way when it comes to dominance. And a lot of people that try to put Domas in a certain category, maybe they think it's too high. Some people think it's too low. But if you were to ask me, just as Leo did, is Domantas Sabonis a dominant player? I cannot say yes. I can't. That doesn't mean he's not outstanding at what he does, but I cannot say yes to that. I want to, but I can't. Let's continue the conversation. Couple texts to read through as well. Also, we got some early returns on the A's of West Sacramento, formerly of Oakland, headed to Vegas. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereeth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
At Rocket, we believe everyone deserves their shot at the American dream. So if you're feeling locked out of home ownership, we're here to give you back the keys. We're opening doors, breaking down walls, and doing everything we can to turn renters into owners. And we're not going to stop until we help everyone home. To find out more, visit rocket.com. Rocket, own the dream.
The hot weather is coming. Is your HVAC system ready for it? Let Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating make sure it is. Get to leesairplumbingandheating.com. Check out their $99 HVAC tune-up special. And let me tell you why Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating is the way to go. They took care of me when our heater collapsed over the winter, and Lee's set us up with a great new HVAC system that is providing comfort, value, and quality. Let Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating take care of you. License number 635355.
Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is back May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo. Presented by Rocks Tech with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, Cole Wetzel, Nate Smith, and more. You'll enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single-day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPFest.com. Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th with Michelob Ultra and Carl's Jr. Find out more at CITPFest.com.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, the ultimate lunch lineup boasts wall-to-wall sports and scenic views. When you're hungry and in a hurry, the Scratch Kitchen delivers lunch in the clutch. I mean, where else can you order a 29-degree draft beer and a quickie combo on your lunch break? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Twin Peaks Scratch Kitchen scores every time. Dig into hand-smashed burgers, chef-inspired flatbreads, and more at your local lodge.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Welcome to Staples.
Hi, I hear Staples prints it all.
Oh, you bet. Posters, banners.
Can you print it all for Mother's Day?
Oh, of course. Photo gifts like canvas prints, photo puzzles.
Can you print it all for graduation?
Sure can. Custom cards and invites.
Can you print a huge banner with the grad's picture?
Oh, definitely.
Even an embarrassing baby picture?
Oh, those are the best kind.
I know, right?
Print it all for moms and grads at Staples. And right now, get 40% off custom cards, invites, and photo gifts. N75 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
It's Carmichael Dave talking to you about my good friends at American Energy. You're in the Sacramento area. You know how the seasons work. They are a-changing right now. So American Energy wants to help you stay warm for the rest of the cold season, but help you stay cool during the warm season. Best way to do that, make sure your system is operating safely. So right now is the time to take advantage of half off a tune-up, $24.50. They cut that right in half. And if you want a diagnostic, guess what? You can't beat free. If it's free, it's me. And now it can be you. And also, it's the end of the season blowout. $4,000 off a new system plus any rebates. That $4,000, that's a direct drop from the sticker price. It's a great deal. Check them out at theaeway.com or an instant quote, or give them a call at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Tell them your good buddy Carmichael Dave sent you.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Tell me if this doesn't sound familiar. And when I say familiar, I mean the exact opposite of what you hear as a Sacramento Kings fan. And it's going to lead us to a crazy stat that Kyle just found for us that I saw initially but needed Kyle to confirm for me. This is from Brooklyn Nets GM Sean Marks when he's asked about acquiring a star. Tell me if you feel attacked as a Kings fan based on what we typically hear in these situations.
If it helps too, Jordy Fernandez is literally sitting to his right.
That's right. Here's the quote from Sean Marks. If you're going after max level talent, they've got to automatically and absolutely change the trajectory of your team. This can't be like, let's go get this and lock ourselves into being a 6th or 7th seed. When we go all in, you're going in to compete at the highest level and contend. That is from a man who has decided, and they tried, by the way. The Nets, they tried Paul Pierce, Kevin Garnett. They tried with
Joe Johnson and Darren Williams.
Joe Johnson, Darren Williams. Then they tried again with Kevin Durant, James Harden, Kyrie. They are saying, uncle, they are saying enough is enough. We're going to tank and try this a different way.
Unless we can get 2 max level players.
And maybe they can, and that's from moving on from a Mikal Bridges and some of the things that they've acquired already. So they have decided we don't want to just be in that make playoff revenue situation. The 6 seed, 7 seed, not good enough. That feels like the opposite, the complete opposite of what you hear as a Sacramento Kings fan. Now, on top of that, I had Kyle confirm this because I honestly didn't believe this. As we take our returns on what's going to happen next with the Kings and what's going to happen on Wednesday. If they win on Wednesday, what happens next? Do they sneak into the playoffs as an 8 seed, even though they finished the season as a 9 seed? This season, the Kings never were out of the play-in. They were never a 6 seed. Ever. The whole season. The highest they got to was a 7 seed, I would imagine, in the midst of Doug Christie's hot start.
You would not be correct. Well, I guess you're technically correct. They were in the 7 seed 3 days of the entire NBA season. Were any of those 3 days back-to-back? No, they were not. They immediately fell out of 7 as soon as they got there. The 3 dates are November 6th, 2024, November 16th, 2024, when they were 8-6, and Doug got them there for 1 day on January 22nd, 2025.
It's just not good enough. It's not good enough. You cannot sell that. You cannot sell that. Obviously, some things have happened that you did to yourself, by the way. But you didn't even give the fans an opportunity to see the light of day. Last season, they were in the 6 seed for a bit. They might have even messed around and been a 5 seed for like 48 hours or something like that. But this season, they were never out of the play-in. That's just not good business. That's not that. You can't believe in that.
Last season, the Sacramento, I'm doing quick. That's a lot, actually. The Sacramento Kings spent 10 days in the 4 seed, about, it looks like 20 or so in the middle of the season in the 5 seed, And on the day that Malik Monk got sat on, they were in the 6th seed, I believe.
And I don't think they won a game after that.
Yeah, no, they were tied for 6th with Dallas on March 25th when Luka sat on Malik Monk's leg, and they never got back to, since then they have never gotten back to even 7 other than 3 days.
It's incredible, man. I don't know how to answer my own question, and I said no direction. As of right now, if it is no direction, then it's the wrong direction. It can't happen. Not a day out of the play-in. To this day, all we know is the play-in. Well, that's insane.
Our first day out of the play-in will be theoretically the day that we beat the Grizzlies and or Warriors.
That's it. That would be the first time. That's got to be so. I don't know if that's any type of record if it happens, but the first time the Kings are not in the play.
Yeah, just to confirm, I want to make sure it was true. Last season, the Kings spent more time in the spent exactly the same amount of time in the 4 seed, 9 days, as they've spent in the 8 seed this season. So they spent 9 days there last year in the 4 seed, 9 days this year in the 8 seed.
This is what I'm talking about. That's the only thing. Look, the Mavs game does not worry me because, it doesn't worry me from the standpoint of 1, 2, 3 Cancun, because I do think that the only team that is more 1, 2, 3 Cancun than the Mavs or than the Kings would be the Mavericks. So I'm not worried about 1, 2, 3 Cancun there. I'm worried about, because it's a home game, you get your home cooking, whatever it is. You got to get on a plane, you got to go to Memphis, and you haven't been good enough all season long. You've been in the play-in all season long, and you got to go to Memphis to then go to Oklahoma City. That worries me about how much want to they will have at that point. But you cannot sit here and hear these other teams that have directions, whether they're losing games. Now, that's not to say that they're gonna hit the ball out of the park, right? The Nets, whatever move they make next, it might not work out for them, right? Even if they go I've heard the Nets connected to Giannis and a lot of different stars, they would still have to make those pieces work. But at least they moved off with the Mikal Bridges package. That was the package that gives you a lot more flexibility than what the Kings got for De'Aaron Fox. Not that it was a better package per se, but that was the leave the door open package.
Oh, no, it was. It was definitely a better package. Yeah. I had the trade up here a second ago because we talked about it earlier with the Knicks. Yes, in exchange for Mikal Bridges and Keita Bates-Diop, the Nets got Bojan Bogdanovic, Mamadi Diakite, Shake Milton, who you'll remember they flipped Shake Milton and Dorian Finney-Smith for another first-round pick, unprotected first in 25, unprotected first 27, unprotected first 29, unprotected first 2031, unprotected pick swap in 2028, the Bucks first-rounder this year, and a second-round pick. They definitely got a better trade package for Mikal Bridges than the Kings got for De'Aaron Fox.
And you look around and, the Rudy Gobert deal, and there's so many times where I think I'm to the point now when people say, oh, well, that deal was just ridiculous. That will never happen. But it keeps happening. It just doesn't happen for the Kings. It just doesn't happen for the Kings. It does happen. It just doesn't happen for the Kings. You did not wake up one day, Sacramento, to see the light and say, wow, the Kings are the 6th seed today. Not one day. Not one. Not one. So what exactly are you trying to sell? Now, look, we have been very optimistic on this show. I do today specifically. I do think the Kings have a good shot to get out of the play-in. 9 seeds are 3-3. So, hey, flip a coin. But ultimately, when you're looking at a team, especially in this West this season, when everything was so close, which means that a lot of these teams were kind of mediocre, closer to mediocre than to elite, and you were a step below that. That's a problem.
Yeah, and the Brooklyn Nets are going to be able to solve a lot of their problems fast if they go down this route, because just this year alone, they have, as it stands right now, pick 6, pick 20, pick 26, and pick 27 in the upcoming draft, which you can do a lot of damage with that, or you can package it for something else, which is what Sean Marks is talking about. You don't just go out and get a star unless you have a sort of vision. The tough thing with the Kings, and we talked about this earlier when we were talking about like Devin Booker, taking a number 1 and going to a number 2 and thinking that's what's going to be the leap. The Kings' problem now is they're looking for a number 1.
Yeah.
Which is the weird purgatory that they kind of reside in.
And that's why the De'Aaron Fox thing was difficult, because I don't think De'Aaron Fox is a number 1 at that level. I just didn't think that they needed to move him at that time.
Yeah.
But I do feel the same way that I felt.
Instead of trying to, like we talked about Devin Booker, instead of trying to take someone else's number 1 and make them the number 2 on your team and try and take the leap that way, the Kings are in the camp of, we'll take someone else's number 2, make them our number 1, and see if that can get us more than 3 days in the 7 seed.
That's what it is. That's what it is. Well, there are some teams that saw the light of day, and they're already in the playoffs. I wonder how that feels. We break down some of the first-round series, and again, early returns on the Sacramento team that rhymes with the Jays and used to be in Oakland and are headed to Las Vegas. That wasn't clunky at all. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Stay up to date on Sacramento sports. Join the Sacktown Sports 1140 newsletter. Visit sacktownsports.com.
For 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents as local but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
What's going on, world? It's your boy Kevin Hart with some exciting news. I am coming to a city near you. My new tour is called Acting My Age, and I want to see you there. Come out, have a good night, a good time. It's all new material in a much, much more intimate setting. Go get your tickets and head to KevinHartNation.com now.
Comedy superstar Kevin Hart brings his new tour, Acting My Age, to the venue at Thunder Valley on Saturday, April 26th. Tickets on sale now at ThunderValleyResort.com and KevinHartNation.com.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. For your free quote, call SelectQuote at 1-800-330-1991. That's 1-800-330-1991. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-330-1991. SelectQuote. We shop, you save. Full details on example policies at selectquote.com/commercials.
Come check out Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with the most variety of table games in the region in a safe and friendly environment. Plenty of well-lit parking available, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. And remember, Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com, and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
When I want to stretch out after a long day, my sofa needs to be comfortable, but it also needs to look attractive and inviting when guests come to visit. I am Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. We spend so much time on our living room sofas that we forget they're a focal point and a hint to our decorating tastes. Right now, during Naturewood Home Furnishings sofa sale, you can save on every sofa, including gallery-exclusive custom-ordered flex steel furniture. Whether you're interested in a new sofa, sectional, or recliner, you can choose from hundreds of colors and fabrics. Nobody has more styles and choices than Naturewood Home Furnishings. And when it comes right down to it, it's all about choices and always about quality. Shop Naturewood for the look you love at a price you'll love even more. Visit Naturewood Home Furnishings right now for this remarkable sofa sale. Off Highway 50 at Hazel, look for the water wheel.
Maida Chevy saves you $8,000 off MSRP on new 2025 half-ton Silverado LT and RST after rebates.
Year-end savings on now with $8,000 off new Silverados at MaidaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
See dealer for details.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
From Jeff, text line, I don't think the Kings have a direction. They haven't had an identity all year. Until we go younger, we don't have much to build on. He goes on to say, Allen, the Kings are just not good enough. Low expectations equals low results. Let's aim higher. I don't expect them to get out of the play-in. And maybe this could be it, man. You look around, and like we said, you find yourself in an interesting spot because these teams that kind of want to cut corners, if you will, we'll just call it retooling. A lot of them are willing to spend some big money. The Kings have not been willing to do that. So they are kind of a unique case where you have the tanking teams, you have the teams that want to cut corners and are willing to pay to cut those corners. And then you have the Kings who want to cut corners but don't necessarily want to pay to cut those corners. That's part of the issue. And like I said, you can pay to cut the corners and it still doesn't work out. That's the Phoenix Suns. But continuing to be in this space, and I don't know what, learning that they were just never, because I don't remember them being a 6 seed. I didn't. And then I saw a graphic, and the graphic was the movement of the Western Conference. And I watched the graphic during the break and saw the Kings never get to the 6 seed. That's what kind of tipped me off on it. And I asked Kyle to confirm, and Kyle confirmed that it never happened. So it is what it is. Some teams are already there. The Lakers taking on the Timberwolves, the Nuggets taking on the Clippers, the Pacers taking on the Bucks, Knicks, Pistons. Out of those games, yeah, it's Lakers, Timberwolves, and it's Knicks, Pistons to me.
Really? Nuggets, Clippers doesn't get you excited?
It does, but I don't know. I don't know why I'm interested in Knicks Pistons, because I want the Knicks to lose.
I get it. I feel like that series is going to end. I call it Knicks 5.5, right? It's going to end in 5 or 6. It won't matter either way. The Knicks will never be in jeopardy of losing the series, but it will be fun to watch the Pistons play a playoff series. It's always fun when those young teams get their first crack at the playoffs.
I'm learning. I'm very much a Cade guy. I like how he plays. He's very smooth. Everything is just very chill. So I'm learning that. I just got something in. It's from the 530. And again, we never know when people are listening or whatever it is, or if their hearing is completely got earwax in. Not sure. This is from Kyle. Help me out here with some fact checking. This is hot coffee. Not style espresso. Hot coffee from the 530. It just came in, Kyle. I can't believe you guys. You're still talking about Fox like he is an all-star. He isn't. We got 3 good players at the trade deadline. If they would have had a whole season together, things would have been different. You guys are idiots. That's from the 530. Thank you very much, 530. Well, you know, like I said, I don't remember saying De'Aaron Fox is an all-star, and I don't know if you're new to the show, but I've actually been pretty tough on De'Aaron Fox the whole time. As far as, again, if you're new to the show, as far as having a whole season together, I've also talked about all the injuries that this team has sustained. Now, do I think they would have been a 4 seed or anything like that? I don't think so, because I still don't think it fits. So like I said, I don't know that the number is I have a pretty good memory. I have what's left of a photographic memory when you're 35, but this number doesn't look familiar. So thank you for listening, 530. Even if you're not totally listening, I understand it. Sometimes you might be dropping off the kids or, dropping off your dog and you missed part of it. And because of that, now we're idiots. I understand how that works, 530. Thank you.
Okay, so I assume this has to be about the De'Aaron Fox, Mikal Bridges trade thing that I brought up, which Mikal Bridges, I get to that point. Yes, they got 3 solid players.
They got 3 solid players. One is arguably overpaid. One is Jonas Valanciunas. I won't complain about there. And the other is a rental and will be gone in Jake.
And it was not just giving up De'Aaron Fox for those 3 players. They gave up De'Aaron Fox, Kevin Huerter, Colby Jones, Jordan McLaughlin, and Alex Len to get those players. So put that out there first. Well, the other point is, yes, and the Nets also got 3 solid NBA players and 6 first-round picks for Mikal Bridges, who is not an all-star. Mikal Bridges literally has never made an all-star team.
Me personally, I like, and people that listen to the show, I like the smoke. I like the back and forth. So 530, if you want to call in and explain yourself, you might be 530. I do wonder whenever this thing ends, how many run it back fans will there be? Let's say they lose to the Grizzlies. Let's say they do not get into the play-in. How many run it back Kings fans will there be? Because I can't imagine there would be a ton. And I think the main part of this is just the combination of Malik, Zach LaVine, and DeMar DeRozan. I feel like that's the one tweak. If you truly just want to run it back, when Doug Christie, we didn't bother with Christie's cuts today because, we might still play it, but this game was kind of a nothing burger, besides the fact that he brought up that they have no point guard. So running it back without a true point guard would be bold. It would be bold, but the 530 knows best. Thank you, 530. Feel free to call in and, put your money where your mouth is. If you want to call names, you can call in. You clearly know the number, 916-339-1140. So looking at the returns and where the Kings are now, a team that was never in the playoffs, technically. They were never the 6th seed. The way I see it is running it back would say that, and again, I'm on record, Domantas Sabonis missed time. He missed a lot of time, for sure. Keegan Murray now has missed time. Malik Monk now injured again. And it gets to a point where you can make excuses for anybody, right? We could go down the list of teams. You either do or you don't. I started this, like I said, 90s baby. This is not participation trophies. Let's go down the list, okay? The Warriors. You can make the argument you didn't have Jonathan Kuminga. You can make the argument, well, they didn't know if they wanted to make a move for Jimmy Butler, then they make the move. You either do or you don't. They're in the play-in. But you can make that argument. GP2's been in and out. You can make that argument. The Grizzlies fired their coach, John Morant, never know when he plays. You either do or you don't. We already talked about the Kings. The Mavericks. Where do we start? Where do we start? So all of these teams in the play-in are in the play-in for a reason.
Well, then you can go to Phoenix, too, which is also
Phoenix. The Spurs. Wemby goes down. De'Aaron Fox probably wouldn't have stopped playing. They got hot for a bit. So the problem with the play-in, as much as it is exciting, it also gives people excuses. There's no excuse when your season's over. When your season's over, it's over. But now we can sit here and if you win this game or win the next game, the 6th seed Houston Rockets, 1994 and 1995, the only 6th seed to win an NBA championship. A 9 seed has never gone to the second round. A 9 seed has never won 3 games in a series. And the 8 seed and the 7 seed, not much better there if you remove the Jimmy Butler Heat and the Lakers that went on that crazy Western Conference Finals run, which I was told that was a very weak season. That was Beam Team season.
Yes, if the Kings had beat the Warriors in Game 7, they would have beat that Laker team.
So if, you could say if to anything.
Lonnie Walker had a 20-point fourth quarter in that series.
You could say if to anything, and you'll be doing it forever because them's the breaks. Your job, if you are a GM, not if you're a fan, you can fan however you want. Your job is to prepare and to make sure that you are able to overcome what happens throughout the season, because a lot happens in a season. And when it's time for you to be evaluated, you're going to be evaluated based on what happened. You're in sales. Oh, well, people are getting laid off and there's not as much money out. Did you hit your numbers or not? Whatever job you're in, the restaurant industry. Oh, well, the menu, I think it's fine. It's just people are coming in. I don't really know. Are you making money or not? So you could have, and I'm of the mindset, excuses, that's a negative connotation. There are reasons why stuff happens. But those reasons, and by the way, this team, and I'll leave it on this, we got to get to 1 o'clock hour. This team, Kyle, what do you think the over under, you talk about full season, right? What do you think this team would be projected at going into next season if they just run it back? Where do you think Vegas would have them projected? Because I'm pretty sure it would be around the same spot.
Oh, boy. I guess it depends on what happens in the offseason.
No. They're running it back. Jake LaRavia says, I love urban roots, and I love the barbecue out here. I don't want to leave. I'll take $5 million a year.
I meant like if Portland trades for John Morant.
No.
Right?
You can keep that in mind.
Okay.
The Kings are running it back. You can come up with anything you want to come up with for all the other teams. Wemby is coming. Portland will be better. Houston will be better. Vegas would have them. My guess, honestly, would be an 8 seed.
I think it might be too high.
You're probably right. So look, I want the Kings. I've always said, personally, professionally, love for the Kings to win. But we're talking about a team that never sniffed the outside of the play-in. That's just what it is. On the other side, we get to the 1 o'clock hour. We talk a little bit of Doug Christie, and we're still going to get to those A's from wherever they're from right now. We know they play in West Sacramento. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sacktown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sacktown Sports app.
Online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Springfest at Lowe's means can't miss savings for your home and lawn. Right now, buy 3 bags, get 3 free on Miracle Grow 3/4 cubic foot all-purpose garden soil. Plus, buy 2, get 1 free on select exterior paint and stain via mail-in rebate. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 4/16, excludes Alaska and Hawaii. While supplies last, selection varies by location. See rebate form for complete list of eligible products. Offer excludes clearance and mistints and can't be combined with any other offer, promotion, discount, or coupon.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 18 years of age and older that are residents of California and who reside in one of the 6 counties that make up the Sacramento metro area, unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win, unless the station otherwise specifies in its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 30 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. For a copy of the general contest rules, visit khtk.com. Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome to Staples.
Hi, I hear Staples prints it all.
Oh, you bet. Posters, banners.
Can you print it all for Mother's Day?
Oh, of course. Photo gifts like canvas prints, photo puzzles.
Can you print it all for graduation?
Sure can. Custom cards and invites.
Can you print a huge banner with the grad's picture?
Oh, definitely.
Even an embarrassing baby picture?
Oh, those are the best kind.
I know, right?
Print it all for moms and grads at Staples. And right now, get 40% off custom cards, invites, and photo gifts. N75 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
And now a brief history of the garage door. Garage doors could date back to 450 BC when chariots were stored in gatehouses. Here in the States, they became a thing around the start of the 20th century. You could find a float-over door in a catalog way back in 1906. National Garage Door has been around since 1974. They're family-owned and operated, so you can trust them to solve any garage door issues you may have. Squeaky door, malfunctioning door, or a need for a new door, which is what prompted us to give them a call, 916-638-4554. At National Garage Door Services, their number one priority. I've witnessed that commitment in my own home, certainly in our garage. National Garage Door sells quality Rainer-branded garage doors. They're the nation's BSE broken spring experts. So if you have a garage door that looks and sounds like it dates back to 450 BC, National Garage Door can help, whether it's a garage door tune-up, repair, or replacement you need. They'll take care of you at National Garage Door, 916-638-4554. That's 916-638-4554. National Garage Door.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet, a Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram and Woodland Ram Truck Month. It's back. Chad, tell me about the deals happening at Hoblet.
Only Hoblet can get you a deal this good on the best selection of new Ram trucks. Right now, save up to $15,000 off MSRP on the new 2025 Ram 1500 Tradesman Sports. And with 500 new Ram trucks available, your perfect Ram is waiting for you at the Hoblet Ram Truck Center.
And aren't you the number one Ram truck dealer in California?
Yeah, we consistently rank number one in California thanks to our unique selection of Ram trucks. Plus, people love our new certified pre-owned super center with over 200 vehicles available and over 50 under $20,000.
There's only one thing to do. Search, select, and save through their whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
15,000 home net savings after 10,000 factory rebates and 5,000 dealer discounts. Rebates include 8,000 West and National Consumer Cash, 1,500 Conquest dealer cash. Must own or lease Ford, Chevy, or GMC brand vehicle. 500 on-the-job upfit. Must show proof of $500 eligible upfit. 5,000 net savings. Sample VIN 616-182. See dealer for details.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports 1140. Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and vocal.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
One more hour with you. Then we'll hand you over to the drive guys. You late lunchers, now's your time. You better do it soon. Better eat soon. Like I said, I'm an early guy. Kyle, you normally get to munching around. I think you're a 12 o'clock guy. You're pretty standard, right?
No, I'm more of like an 11:30 kind of person. When I didn't used to work this show, I would eat earlier. I'm someone who just thinks, meals are just, lunch is just second meal. Doesn't matter when you have it. It's just your second meal. Dinner is your third meal. Doesn't matter when you eat it.
When you eat your lunch, says a lot about you. Says a lot about you.
What does it say about me that I like to eat dinner at like 4:30?
Remember when you said you were an 80-year-old, or you said you were a 40-year-old?
In my heart, I am a 48-year-old man.
There you go. I would say something like that.
I like eating at 4:30 and going to bed at 9 o'clock.
From the 4-5, do you think it would make sense for the Kings to try to get back into the first round of this draft? Any prospects you like in the later part of the first? Haven't really done any breakdowns yet towards the later part of the first. I feel like, depending on what the price tag is, I don't know how much it's worth it to get back in. And by the way, Kyle broke this down, and it's probably cooked. Don't get us wrong, but there are still two very unlikely scenarios the Kings can keep the pick outside of getting top 4 in the lottery. Number 1, the Kings lose to the Mavericks. The Mavericks get the 8 seed. And you need Orlando to miss the playoffs. That's the first option. Second option, Kings lose to the Mavericks. Mavericks get the 8 seed. And over there in the Eastern Conference, Atlanta misses the playoffs. And then the Kings would have to win a coin toss over Atlanta for spot 12 versus 13. So probably not going to happen, but you're saying there's a chance.
I want to shout out, I just got to find his name again, Seth UL on King's Reddit, who essentially deduced that right now, remember earlier I gave you like a percentage chance to keep the pick?
Mm-hmm.
He did the same calculation I did. It's an 8% chance. It's an 8% chance the Kings keep the pick as it stands right now.
There you go. So it's possible, but is that 8% worth it for the embarrassment of losing to the Mavericks at home?
I would say no, but that is the only scenario. If they beat the Mavericks in the 9-10 game, even if they lose in the next round, there is no scenario they keep the pick unless they obviously win the lottery, which is slim to none, but still possible.
It is possible.
To answer the texter's question, I'm rooting for so if I remember correctly, the Hornets pick won't transfer this year. They'll get the Hornets second rounder next year. So my hope is they trade the Hornets second rounder to get back into the first round and then take another point guard because Kings fans would go insane. Because now they actually need a point guard.
Yeah, but I still wouldn't draft one.
Not even if it's Walter Clayton?
Oh, it's boom or bust. I just don't think they're in a situation where they can take a chance like that.
You know how Monty loves his old guys. He's 23 years old.
Oh, man. How tall is he?
6'3".
Oh, he's might be too tall. Might be too tall for Monty there.
Tankathon has him going 27th right now.
Oh, I can't.
Oh, my God. I'm joking that it does. To answer their question, it doesn't really matter.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you're drafting late in the first round, you got like a 30% chance that player's going to work out.
Right.
I just think it would be funny if they took another guard.
Yeah. So good question from the 425. We'll know whether it's worth doing a draft breakdown. We did a great draft breakdown last season when we knew obviously the Kings had one. Then they took someone that we did not talk about at all. So I am going to miss that if the Kings don't end up getting a pick.
Which, the NFL draft is next week, and I get it. There's a lot of positions, a lot of prospects. You know, some teams we're going to get a quarterback, and then you draft a right tackle, and you just don't know what to do because your team drafted a right tackle.
Yeah.
With basketball, if you're hounding, trying to find the next great middle of the first round prospect, I'm looking at the list here. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 international players in the bottom 12 of the first round. If you're watching tape from all these other countries trying to find the next great guy, it's a real waste of your time in the NBA.
Hey, you never know. What was Giannis again?
15. Jared McCain was 16. It was right there.
It was right there. It was right there. Well, Doug Christie is right there as far as in the middle of the city and everything that the Kings have done this season in a positive light. Finishes 27-24 as interim head coach of the Sacramento Kings. And the question is simple. Has Doug done enough to merit keeping the full-time job? The final results for the interim beam team, and if you're just now joining us, the interim beam team is just our nickname for the post De'Aaron Fox trade. 16-18, 20th in net rating, 10th in offensive rating, 23rd in defensive rating. That stinks. That's not good. That is not good. Now, there are a ton of injuries, sure, but that's not good at all. At all. But it is good enough for 9th.
Which now we can officially say that the season is over. For the 20th season in a row, the Sacramento Kings will not have a top half defense in the league.
There you go.
20 damn years in a row, the Kings have not had a team top 15 in defense.
Here we go. What happens first? The Kings, you said a top 10? You said top half or top 10?
Top half, top 15.
What happens first? Did they not have... I thought they were close last season.
They were. They did not get there, though. I'll look up what they were again.
The Kings' top half defense or the San Francisco Giants break the streak of the 30 home runs? What happens first?
Oh, I thought you were going to say the 18 years of different left fielders.
Or that one.
I don't think the Kings are close, so I got to go with the Giants. Yeah. The Kings are going in the wrong direction in terms of getting to that top half.
Yeah, man. If they can keep Jake and obviously Keon and Keegan, I mean, they got defenders.
Here are the list of teams that had a worse defensive rating than the Kings. The second or post De'Aaron Fox trade, we have the Dallas Mavericks, Charlotte Hornets, San Antonio Spurs, Philadelphia 76ers, Utah Jazz, New Orleans Pelicans, and Phoenix Suns. It's notable teams that finished with a better defensive rating than the interim beam team. The Washington Wizards, the Brooklyn Nets, the Chicago Bulls of Kevin Huerter, and the Atlanta Hawks, who I'm shocked because the Atlanta Hawks just don't play defense.
Jeez. Well, look, and that's one of those things
Except
where
Dyson Daniels.
It's one of those things where when Mike Brown was the coach, everybody knew that he kept saying he was big on defense. And the conversations happened about whether he was given the correct pieces to build that defense, whatever the case may be. With Doug Christie, and I do feel like people believed him, he was a defensive coordinator for the Warriors. Doug Christie is a little bit different. I do think he gets more of the benefit of the doubt because we all watched it. We know Doug cares about defense because we watched him play defense for the Sacramento Kings. And Doug would even tell you that that team defensively was not great. He has said this, but they knew how to pick their spots, and their good defenders always played up. So Doug is the perfect person to try to form that in Sacramento. He did not form that in his time, but I don't know that that's his fault due to everything or how much of that responsibility falls on him, because he has to wear some of it due to everything that has gone on this season. So to me, the offense, I think the offense, he is not the same as a JJ Redick. Obviously, he's been on coaching staffs, but I do think that number one, I do think Doug has done enough to keep the job. I'll put it to you like that. Would I take Doug over some of the other names that might be floating around? That I don't know. If they get to the playoffs, I would say roll with Doug no matter what. Because I just think that it is so tough for the Kings to get to the playoffs, I would reward him just straight up. If they lose the first game, if they lose the second game, I would still say that Doug has done enough. But would I take him over Taylor Jenkins or Nick Nurse? Or, there's some younger guys too. I know I saw somebody, I think Professor Oak, who writes for the Kings Herald, I saw him bring up an assistant for the Rockets that's under Ime Udoka, right? So they're the hot, sexy names too. I don't see the Kings passing over Doug for somebody like that. That would be kind of rough. If you're passing over Doug, you're passing over Doug for somebody that you were pretty excited that they were interested in Sacramento.
Yeah, if you're going to go for the first-time head coach, why not go with the guy who's been there for the last 51 games who has a winning record?
So I don't see that happening, but I do think Doug has done enough. That's not to say that, if they lose in the first or second round, if they lose the first or second game in the play-in, and like I said, one of those, I don't think Budenholzer does it for me at this point. He's just been kind of all around the world and and it's been and he's getting paid, and I don't know, man. He's still getting paid. He just stopped getting paid from the Bucks. Now he's getting paid for the Suns. I don't know if Budenholzer is the guy, but I could be swayed on a Nick Nurse or a Taylor Jenkins, and obviously we don't think Mike Malone would be interested in that. All right, on the other side, we continue the conversation and we discuss what in the world is going on with the Sacramento Kings post the De'Aaron Fox trade, what comes next. And we still have those early returns on the A's of Sacramento. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
The Sacktown Sports 1140 newsletter right to your email. Get your latest on the Sacramento Kings, athletics, and Republic FC with the Sacktown Sports 1140 newsletter. Visit sacktownsports.com to join.
Spring is here, and that means gigantic savings for all your oil change needs at Jiffy Lube today. Get a $25 gift card with the purchase of any Pennzoil Platinum full synthetic oil change through May 31st at your local Jiffy Lube service center in the greater Sacramento areas. And don't forget about the additional $30 off online coupon at jiffylube.com. Terms apply. Valid email address required. See pennzoil.com/rewards for details. Jiffy Lube, huge spring savings for you today.
If you've been looking for an SUV that combines luxury, comfort, and off-road capability, look no further than the most awarded SUV ever, the Jeep Grand Cherokee at Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. With 470 foot-pounds of torque, a 6,000-pound towing capacity, great gas mileage, the 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee at Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram is the perfect SUV for all your needs. See for yourself why people are coming from all over to Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Centrally located across from Hagen Oaks Golf Course, it's the place where a handshake still means something.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Getting ready for the Kings taking on the Dallas Mavericks. And it's going to be, hopefully, I was going to say it's going to be electric. It's going to be fireworks. I don't even want that. Just go take care of business, win the game, and let's see if it's Warriors or Grizzlies. That's it.
How weird is it that the Anthony Davis versus Domas thing came back around this year? Because he was 0-10 before against Sabonis, and then the Lakers won 4 games this year against the Kings. But then Anthony Davis is now a Maverick, and the Kings have played the Mavericks twice since the trade, but haven't played Anthony Davis yet. That's actually a funny way to think about it. I know he hasn't played in every game. The Kings have played an Anthony Davis team 7 times this year.
Can't get away from them. I was going to say the Warriors, but might have the Warriors again. So it's just incredible. It's just teams that are just hanging around. And obviously, I would say the Warriors have much higher expectations than the Kings, but whether it's the Warriors, the Lakers, who they were playing bound for a very long time and finally got out of it this season when they got gifted Luka. So it's quite the play-in mess, if you will. I wanted to get to some of these early returns on the A's that play in West Sacramento, and I really was just curious how people are feeling. 916-339-1140, because and Whitey Gleason's going to join us in about 30 minutes, and we're going to do crosstalk. And I saw Whitey kind of write a couple different times, and I said I'm not going to talk about the crowd size or anything like that, but Whitey has kind of mentioned that the A's deciding not to use any Sacramento branding is probably coming back to bite them in the butt. And initially he had a video that I talked about in a different capacity, just as far as showing everybody that's everybody that was at the game so far. And essentially Whitey's caption was, and I'm paraphrasing, the Major League Baseball said, we don't want to be a part, or the A said, we don't want to represent Sacramento, and the Sacramento fan base, or the city of Sacramento, said, okay, fine, good with us. And it was, some empty seats. He gave an update. They've been off the top of my head, most of and now it's like the main, the attendance, a sellout is 12,000 something, I think. And they've been sitting at about 10,000, around 10,000, 9,000 per game, something like that. And I know I said I wouldn't kind of speak to the difference in 2,000 here, 2,000 there, and I'm not. But I am curious if the people of Sacramento feel differently about the A's versus how they thought they'd feel. When it was, hey, we're getting a team and they're going to play in Sacramento, and how people felt proud that Sacramento was getting baseball, I do wonder now that they're here, number one, they're not doing too hot per se, to put it nicely.
2-7 at Sutter Health Park.
They're 2-7 at Sutter Health. They're 6-10 in general. So not terrible. They've had some rough games, some blowout games. They lost 8-0 yesterday to the Mets, and I would imagine there were a lot of Mets fans there. But I do wonder if the people of Sacramento thought it would feel different than it currently does. And I don't know if it is something that will grow on you. I think the easiest way to have something grow on you is to be good, honestly. And maybe one thing we're learning is that, hey, if the A's aren't good and you're not repping us, that's a little bit different than if the A's are good. All right, well, you're not repping us, but the A's are in line to make the playoffs, or they're really exciting games and things like that. So initially, everybody was excited. This is great for the city of Sacramento. Then they got out here, and there've been the situations with the cart broke down, and there've been some tech issues with the microphone, and all of that kind of put to the side. I do wonder if Sacramento feels it's connected to the A's, and people could say it's going to take time. I'm curious though, how much time, and is it more about taking time or more about the team being good? And again, 6-10, it's not done. But if this team was the Sacramento A's, the Sacramento Athletics, would those numbers look different, and would people feel differently? I think the answer is unequivocally yes.
Are you saying the Sacramento Athletics with a new building coming, or just the Sacramento Athletics in a 3-year arrangement?
I think the same situation. If they had Sacramento branding, I know I'm just talking about 2,000 here, 2,000 there. Not just the capacity, to move off of the capacity. I just think the feeling. I don't know where the buzz has went. I don't know. I don't feel the buzz the same way that I thought I still would be feeling it at this point in the season. It's still pretty early in the season.
The season's barely even started. They're like the equivalent of 8 games into the season at this point. And if it's already feeling like the buzz has died down, then I think it's only going to take that. I think it's going to have to take them being really good, because while I have enjoyed my time at Sutter Health Park watching many of these games over the past week, there's never been an environment that I look at where it's like, this is as Athletics of Oakland, Sacramento, Las Vegas, whatever crowd excited to watch this game. And granted, part of that is I've seen the Padres and Mets, a large fan base is going in to watch these games.
Real quick, I also think that is interesting to me. You kind of couldn't drawn up the beginning any better. You start with the Cubs. You have the Padres, who are a fun team. And then you have the Mets. You had some really big names here. It's not like you started, and maybe that part of that was on purpose. It's not like they started with the Angels and the Tigers.
Yeah, but would that have been better? Because you wouldn't have had these feelings of this is just a neutral site game, essentially.
I don't think so.
I mean,
it probably. I think attendance would have been worse, to be honest.
But it wouldn't have had a feeling of being a true neutral site game necessarily. Yeah. It would have potentially opened up the pot for more Sacramento people to go, or maybe there just are less people in the crowd, but at least it wouldn't feel like it's another team's home game essentially being played at a neutral site. I mean, yes, there were A's fans. I'm not going to say that there weren't, but it was, again, I went to every game of the Padres series and Friday's game with the Mets. It's pretty healthy 75-25 for the visiting team's fans.
You're saying Mets were at 75?
It was and maybe that was just because the A's didn't have much to cheer for, but that was a pretty healthy. The entire first baseline is all blue and orange.
Got some text coming in, some spicy text coming in, and some non-spicy text as well that we are going to get to. Also, some NBA news, couple firings, couple extensions. Will the Kings be on either of those lists at the end of the season? Whenever that is. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sacktown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sacktown Sports app.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
With Progressive, renters can save on protection for the things that make your place yours, even things that don't make sense to everyone.
People always wonder why I don't get rid of my guitar since I never play. But it's like, what if I actually end up taking lessons? Sure, I've had it for 8 years, but if I get rid of it, then what will my New Year's resolution be next January?
Exactly. So bundle your renters in auto and save with Progressive and protect the things that make sense to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers not available in all states or situations. Covered subject to policy terms and conditions.
Are you tired of your tee shots ending up in the adjoining fairway while the rest of your foursome is hitting it down the middle? Well, experts will tell you that being properly fitted for golf clubs will help you strike your drive center cut. The Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio and its team of trained PGA professionals are ready to help you get rid of your banana balls and duck hooks. Hagen Oaks Indoor-Outdoor Player Performance Studio fittings are available 7 days a week. Make yours today by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, the ultimate lunch lineup boasts wall-to-wall sports and scenic views. When you're hungry and in a hurry, the Scratch Kitchen delivers lunch in the clutch. I mean, where else can you order a 29-degree draft beer and a quickie combo on your lunch break? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Twin Peaks Scratch Kitchen scores every time. Dig into hand-smashed burgers, chef-inspired flatbreads, and more at your local lodge.
It's Carmichael Dave talking to you about my good friends at American Energy. You're in the Sacramento area. You know how the seasons work. They are a-changing right now. So American Energy wants to help you stay warm for the rest of the cold season, but help you stay cool during the warm season. Best way to do that, make sure your system is operating safely. So right now is the time to take advantage of half off a tune-up, $24.50. They cut that right in half, and if you want a diagnostic, guess what? You can't beat free. If it's free, it's me, and now it can be you. And also, it's the end of the season blowout. $4,000 off a new system plus any rebates. That $4,000, that's a direct drop from the sticker price. It's a great deal. Check them out at theaeway.com or an instant quote, or give them a call at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Tell them your good buddy Carmichael Dave sent you.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The sewer system. It's probably the last thing on your mind, and that's okay. Because at the Sacramento Area Sewer District, it's our first priority. As the region's largest sewer utility, we own and maintain thousands of miles of sewer pipe. And our job is to get to your sewer problem before it interrupts your life. So whether you've got a slow drain or a backup, call us first, day or night. The Sacramento Area Sewer District. It's a dirty job, but we're happy to do it.
Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is back May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo. Presented by Rocks Tech with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, Cole Wetzel, Nate Smith, and more. You'll enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single-day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPfest.com. Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th with Michelob Ultra and Carl's Jr. Find out more at CITPfest.com.
Allen Stiles,
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
On Sacktown Sports.
This is from Ted from the El Dorado Hills, having a conversation about the Athletics and whether or not you thought you'd feel more connected to them than you currently do. Ted says, I definitely am surprised that I don't feel as connected as I thought I was going to for the A's. I feel like it's similar to when a circus comes to town for a week. I think the lack of Sacramento branding and permanency really does prevent a strong connection. Yeah, I think it was a huge miss. I don't know why. I think that at the time, maybe they were so afraid that they were going to look bad, and there were question marks around whether or not they would make it to Vegas, and maybe Sacramento adding that name would make things permanent for them. I just think they could have been more clever with how they did it, and they just didn't bother thinking outside the box. And, maybe for them, it's not a bad look on them because they decided not to be connected to Sacramento. So if Sacramento doesn't feel like going to the games because they don't represent Sacramento, that's an easier thing to describe versus if it did said Sacramento and the numbers weren't where they should be. I think it was to protect themselves, and it might be the right decision because they can kind of just say, well, hey, at least they gave themselves an out. If you connect yourself to Sacramento and then those numbers don't look the way that, because, they're promising a bunch of stuff in Vegas, then I think they're more on the hook. Not that it matters. I mean, it is what it is. So I think that's kind of also part of it. If you're going to Vegas either way, why does it matter how you look in Sacramento? Looks bad on Sacramento more so than it looks bad on the A's.
I disagree with that, though. I think it looks poorly upon the A's if they decide to go with the branding of another city, and success or failure, you just have that branding for the rest of the time. Now, I look at it as from a cold commerce perspective, they could have made a whole bunch of money selling Sacramento stuff, and they made the conscious decision for whatever their reasons are. The brand meant more to them than putting Sacramento across the jersey, which the brand of the Oakland A's, I feel like the A's are, and this is maybe just my personal opinion, the A's are down so bad that Sacramento being willing to display your honor across their chest would be something that is essentially beneficial to the A's, because the A's have the brand is in the toilet for the A's right now. And the weird athletics thing they're doing right now makes it look more embarrassing from a league-wide perspective, but at least that's not necessarily on Sacramento. All of this reflects poorly on the A's. I don't think it reflects poorly on Sacramento.
I think they've protected themselves from each other, if you will. And if I'm Sacramento, I would say, look how we showed out. We're about 80% packed. We'll see what happens when it's all said and done. But we're about 80% packed for every single game to a team that is not very good and doesn't even have our name on the chest. So how do you think we would show out for a team? That would be if I were a mayor or of West Sac or whatever, that would be my selling point. Hey, look at what we did for a team that was not very good. And I think that the A's will be better than what they've shown so far. They got to figure out how to pitch in Sutter Health Park, but this is what we did, and this team didn't even want to represent us.
Yeah, sight unseen, they sold 6,500, not just season tickets, 3-year season ticket commitments, sight unseen. They got that right away, which goes to your point, we know Sacramento can support Major League Baseball. If you can support the NBA, you can support Major League Baseball. There's not really much of a question there, and Sacramento consistently has shown to be able to support NBA basketball.
Yeah.
The problem is the image of it, which, again, I think predominantly reflects poorly upon the A's. I don't think people are.
They do not care. They have not cared about how they've been reflected. I'm still waiting for them to turn on their comments on social media. I just can't wait for that day to happen.
I don't think it's going to happen.
From the 916, a lot of text coming in here. 916 says, I'm a Dodger fan. I'm a Dodger fan who's been in Northern California since going to college here 20 years ago. I was really hoping the A's would adopt Sacramento and I would have a local team finally. But since they don't want to, neither do I. That's from the 401. 916 says, I think a lot of Sacramentans are in the same boat as the folks that live in Vegas. We would rather have our own team versus taking another city's team. But the no Sacramento branding and having everything say Vegas rubs everyone the wrong way. Yeah, as soon as they hit, and there's a lot of balls being hit out there, you see that Vegas sign as soon as any ball is hit to left center field. You know, it almost feels like like Sacramento already feels like they've done their job. Hey, we've showed it's not our job to be at 100% capacity for every single game for the next 3 to 4 years. We showed y'all we can show out when we want to. This team is not a Sacramento team. Why are we going to show out for a team that is not a Sacramento team?
Yeah, even to the texter's point, which the 916 said, you know, they would want your own team versus taking another city's team. Mm-hmm. The Kings are Sacramento is renting another team, another city's team at this point. Yeah. It's not even their team right now. So that just makes it all the more, not sad, but just the situation all the more just like disengaging, right? There's nothing to get excited about other than the team being really good.
And and there's no investment. When they had the press conference, a lot of people thought that Vivek kind of had a slip where he mentioned the expansion situation, which never really got talked about again. But he said, yeah, they're expanding one in the East and one in the West. And it just kind of went away. But there's still no promise. So you're asking these people, and I know ticket prices are fluctuating a bit. So if they knew, if he went out and said, hey, man, I was told by Rob Manfred that if we are 90% and higher for 80% of the games these next 3 years, I have a handshake agreement that we will get the West team. And he says that on a press conference right before he says play ball. That place would be packed. But you don't even know if people are investing, you're not investing in something. You're not necessarily seeing good baseball right now. It's not bad baseball. It's still early, but you're not investing in something. You know, you put money in your kid's college fund. You're investing in something, and you hope the payback will be, hey, when you're ready to go to college, we got a little something for you. You're spending your money for the exact event. That's why I've always said, and I've talked to other media members about this, that's why I will continue to push, just go and enjoy yourself. That's it.
Well, and the other part is the A's aren't even holding up their end of the bargain either. And I know that they've built a new clubhouse and they've built a new scoreboard and they've done things like that, but the day-to-day ballpark experience, they're not really going above and beyond to provide people this great experience at Sutter Health Park for Major League Baseball. They're just kind of like, okay, you're here.
Yeah.
Great. Enjoy the game.
There you go.
Sometimes we're going to have MCs. Sometimes we're not.
Right.
Sometimes we're going to run the hat shuffle. Sometimes we're not. We're just going to give you the bare bones operation.
I know an MC who's available.
Do you?
It's a good looking son of a gun too. I'll tell you that much.
Why are you staring at Whitey while you do that?
Because that's who I'm talking about. Whitey Gleason joins us on the other side to close out the show. Don't move a muscle. I got some things to tell Whitey Gleason. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Keegan Murray plays here.
Keegan scores another three-pointer. Keegan Murray knocking it down for 23 points. Match De'Aaron Fox for game scoring honors.
Sacktown Sports is your proud home of the Sacramento Kings.
Hey, everybody, it's your boy Kyle Draper.
You know, I still remember the first car I ever owned. It was sweet. It was cherry red, but it didn't quite run the way that I wanted. It would make a funny sound like something like that when I was driving, and eventually I had to get rid of it. But I tell you what, I wish I knew the fine people at Mercedes-Benz of Stockton back then. You know, their service department is first class, and they accept most extended warranties no matter where you purchase your vehicle. Their service department, those technicians out there, they're super experienced, more than 224 years. Plus, they treat you fairly. The price is fair. They treat you like your family. So schedule your service today at Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. It's just a short drive right off I-5. Or, of course, you can go online anytime at mbfstockton.com to schedule your service today. And tell them Drape sent you.
Oh, wow, honey, I love it. It's so beautiful and so sparkly.
Just like you, Mom. Happy Mother's Day.
I'll wear it every day. It goes with everything.
This Mother's Day, wow Mom with spirit-lifting, outfit-making, express your love jewelry. Shop jtv.com/mom for wow-worthy and budget-friendly styles.
I'm never taking it off.
Another wow factor? Sign up for JTV Text and get $30 off. If she loves jewelry, she'll love JTV.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com. Your old HVAC system could be costing you a fortune in energy bills and repair bills. Right now, Sierra Pacific is offering deep discounts, saving homeowners thousands of dollars. Savings that won't be available later this year, but you must act fast. We have to fill openings in our schedule next week. This limited time offer is only available if you book your installation for next week. Don't wait until it's too late. Call Sierra Pacific and lock in your savings today.
Sierra Pacific Solar Heating and Air. The guys in the big red trucks.
Allen Stiles here with your Sacktown Sports Injury Update, brought to you by Downtown LA Law Group. For the A's, pitcher Michel Otanez has resumed throwing from a distance up to 90 feet and could return sometime in mid-April. Brady Basso, out with that left shoulder strain, has been transferred from the 15-day injured list to the 60-day injured list. On the court, Malik Monk has been diagnosed with a left calf strain and will be reevaluated in 14 days, which means he'll miss the rest of the season and the play-in. This injury report was brought to you by Downtown LA Law Group.
Hi, I'm Allen Stiles. Injured at work? Call Downtown. Downtown LA Law Group, California's leading injury law firm. With over 40 lawyers throughout California, they've won over $500 million in settlements. Downtown LA Law Group will get you compensation for your work injury. You don't pay unless they win. That's right. You pay zero up front. Call Downtown. Text injury help to 40222. That's injury help to 40222. Visit them at calldowntown.com.
Looking for fun for the whole family? Sacramento Rivercats Baseball has it all at Sutter Health Park. Enjoy exciting baseball, kids' activities, tasty ballpark treats, and more. Family memories start here. Get your Rivercats baseball tickets at rivercats.com.
Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Whitey, can you help me out with something? Whitey Gleason
Sure.
joins us. Okay, so
How was your trip, by the way?
great.
Good.
Great. A lot happened. Kyle Ledbetter did a great job with us remote. But yeah, I was in Vegas, then I was in Pennsylvania. Then it ended with me in San Francisco. And then it ended with me in Sacramento.
One day, Thursday, I think, things were a little spotty, and I was ready to pinch hit. I grabbed the lumber, and
It
I got
was
the pine
Thursday.
tar,
It was Thursday.
But I was told, sit down, Rook. We don't need you.
I had to restart. Yeah, something was going on with the Roadcaster. I restarted it. We should be good. I'm not going to be gone for a while. I'm settled in here for a good bit. But yes, I would have appreciated that, Whitey.
I was in the clubhouse getting some swings.
I'm sure you were.
Sit down.
I'm sure you were. These early games for you. You barely even get your swings in. And, I get 4 hours over here. So, Whitey, Mike Budenholzer fired.
Yeah.
Chauncey Billups gets extended, which I thought was interesting. I also thought it was funny that Shams made a note. You can always tell when Shams crafts something in a specific way. When they extended Chauncey, he made sure to say 14 more wins than last season. That was, he had to put that, just in case anybody's wondering why they extended Chauncey, it's because they're 14 games better, which is that's really nothing to sneeze about, especially in this West. I think they all came in one package when they had that hot streak. I want to ask you, and I'm just being completely honest here. You got GMs, you got presidents of basketball. What is the difference? So David Griffin gets fired from the Pelicans president job. So they're looking for another president. Some presidents are also GMs. It can be a little bit confusing here.
Right. Yeah. I don't care who the president is unless the president's the GM.
It's also the GM.
In a lot of cases,
That's why a lot of people use the term chief basketball decision maker.
Right.
To kind of.
And then there's that.
It doesn't matter what the title is. Just say, who is the chief basketball decision maker?
And you're the Pelicans. So, really?
Yeah. I thought he did a good job there. And obviously things just got to a point where, Zion got hurt. And this year, how can you judge anybody on what happened this year?
Oh, it's just a nightmare.
Yeah.
It's just a nightmare. And I would say, to your point, it didn't end up working out. But I sat there, and it was before the Brandon Ingram deal. And it's actually kind of a good comparison to the Kings. I think they actually had more talent, the Pelicans did. And I don't think anybody would disagree with that. But it was the fit conversation. Because I remember saying, why is nobody talking about the Pelicans? Before they moved Brandon Ingram, somehow they were able to get DeJounte Murray. They still had Brandon Ingram. They had Zion. They had C.J. McCollum. They had Herb Jones. They had Trey Murphy III.
Yeah.
I looked around. I said, nobody's talking about the Pelicans, but they have a ton of talent here. It didn't end up working out for them, and I don't even really know what they got back for Brandon Ingram.
Kings were fortunate that the Pelicans fell apart this year.
Yes.
Due to injury.
Yes.
But they, Griffin guided them through that tough period where he had to trade AD, and they were relevant. They were more than relevant for a few years. We saw how good they were last year. So, yeah, I guess they just decided to find someone cheaper, go another way. I don't know.
To answer your question, they got Bruce Brown, Kelly Olynyk, the Pacers 2026 first-round pick, and a future second.
They just wanted to move on.
Well, he would have been a free agent at the end of the year.
Yeah.
So they got something now instead of something. Again, the De'Aaron Fox situation. They got something now instead of something in the offseason.
Yeah, they hung on for a long time, I think, hoping they'd get more, and they didn't. So it's like, all right. This is the best we can do. Fine.
Yeah, and speaking of kind of what have you done for me lately, that's really where it feels like this
Isn't
league.
that a Janet Jackson song?
Is it?
What have you done for me lately?
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
And it feels like we're getting to the point now where every season, I said, the NBA season is turning into an anthology series where one season has nothing to do with the other. And these owners and whoever it is, whether it's players, coaches, they don't care. It feels like back in the day, even the early 2000s, it was, we're building for something. We're building. And I know there's certain teams like the Rockets and things like that have built up. But it also feels like you have the Timberwolves who had a good run last season, and by Karl-Anthony Towns, we need to save money. The Mavericks, and I know Luka, it was kind of a one-off, but the Mavericks go to the finals. By Luka, we just think it's going to work out, and you're fat. So it just feels like now we're to a point where every season is not connected to the previous season.
But I go back to what you said earlier today, and if you look at the best teams in the league, you do see some continuity there.
Right.
And I'm agreeing with you. You pointed out, I forget exactly the way you put it, but the way I've heard it is there are no shortcuts.
No.
You think you're going to shortcut your way to being a really good team.
Yeah.
It usually doesn't work.
Right. And I think, and we had the Sean Marks quote.
Yeah.
And he was talking about how if we go get a superstar level talent, he better change our trajectory right now to the 6 and 7 conversation that's not even a thing. Felt like, and I've randomly seen some smoke as far as Giannis. Felt like he's saying it's that type of level, right? And whether
he's
or
also
not,
looking for excuses as to why they're so bad.
Yes.
Like, oh, well, we didn't want to just move around the deck chairs on the Titanic.
Right.
We're going to swing big.
It also feels like they are, I guess, a different version of the Kings where they got a bunch of picks for Mikal Bridges, but I don't think the Nets are going to sit there, and they haven't done this historically. They're going to cash in some of these chips here this offseason. I don't know what it looks like. They might not ever move off of Cam Johnson because, okay, well, if you go get a Giannis or somebody like that, he's got to play with somebody.
Yeah, right.
So I don't really know. I do think that Brooklyn is preparing to take a quote-unquote shortcut, but I think they feel like they're doing it the right way, which every team always does. I've said the difference between teams that take shortcuts and teams that don't is, well, if you're going to take a shortcut, you better open your wallet. And the Kings have kind of felt in between. We're not going to go the cheaper route.
Hold on, I got a call here. What's that?
Yeah,
that's what he said.
No.
Yeah, he said
that's light.
Yeah, all right, I'll tell him.
That's right.
Yeah, OKC Thunder on the phone, Alan.
But they did it the right way. But
they didn't open their wallets.
They didn't open the wallet.
Yeah.
They also.
I don't know how they got my number.
They didn't open the wallet, but also when we're talking about the OKC model, how often does an SGA show up with that model? Not very often.
Nobody
often. Saw that changed everything.
So Cleveland did it with when they got Donovan Mitchell.
Yeah, I would say that was an ethical shortcut. That's right. That's why we're coining the term.
Sure, but
unethical shortcut. The Suns. Who else? I don't know. I guess the Kings, but it wasn't even a full shortcut.
Unethical might be a little strong.
Okay, I'm just
Nico Harrison, sort of.
I don't know where to put Nico, but that was just unethical. Everything
it
he
actually
did.
was. That actually might be unethical.
That's a different animal.
Who else is in there?
The Bulls spending $500 million to get Zach LaVine, Nikola Vucevic, DeMar DeRozan, and Lonzo Ball.
That is short. Yeah, that was their shortcut.
They won one playoff game. $500 million and 3 first-round picks for one playoff win.
Meanwhile, the Boston Celtics drafted well.
Yes.
I know they've had to spend a lot of money now.
Right.
That was more to keep their own guys.
That's right.
The Cleveland one I don't feel like is right, though, because they tanked for 4 years before trading for Donovan Mitchell.
Right.
So, I feel like their case is just stepping stone along the way. Because, when the Thunder got Shea was not anything. Donovan Mitchell was an all-NBA player when they got him.
Shortcuts, man. Shortcuts.
Shortcuts are bad.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's a matter of how quick you are to cash in.
Sure, but they weren't that quick.
No. I'm not saying that I'm saying that I'm agreeing with you. I think the Nets are preparing to be a pretty shortcut.
I mean, we'll see.
We're not that far removed from their last big 3 attempt.
I mean, if they see this all the way through, I think they're 4 years away from being any kind of good.
Not if they get Giannis. Whitey, your thoughts on your initial thoughts, and well, let me ask you like this.
Can I say something about the A's real quick?
Oh, yes. Yes.
I know the A's right now are not playing well. What are they, 2-7?
At Sutter Health.
At home,
yeah.
Well, they've played the Cubs, who are in first place. They played the Padres, who have the best record in baseball, if I'm not mistaken, and the Mets, who are in first place. And I know if you're jaded, you could say, well, they have those great records because they played the A's. But those are 3 really good teams that have come through.
Yes.
3 really good teams.
Yeah.
So that's rough sledding because the A's are coming along, but they're not at the level of even the Cubs, or certainly not the Mets or Padres.
Well, I think the Cubs might be one of those surprise teams that nobody, saw. By the way,
yes.
Now that we're talking baseball, Nico Horner, who from Oakland, there was a whole story when he played against the A's, went to Stanford. Shout out Stanford. Did you see the clip from Sunday Night Baseball when they're doing the stupid in-game interview?
I did not.
So they're doing the stupid in-game interview, talking to Nico at second base. A tweener gets hit behind him, between him, the right fielder, and the center fielder, and it gets dropped. And I'm thinking, this is ridiculous, man. So he's talking to them, trying to talk to the right fielder and the center fielder, and the right fielder slides, and they probably gave him a hit. But I'm thinking, nobody is remembering whatever he said because he's not saying anything.
Is that the first time they've done that in play? I've seen it in preseason
I feel like they started
I've
it
seen
last
in the
season.
All-Star game.
I feel like if it's not this season, I do feel like I've seen it before, and it was bad, man.
Yeah.
It was bad. I think the Cubs ended up winning, so no harm, no foul. But
that's just wrong. That is unethical.
Thank you. The Major League Baseball taking an unethical shortcut to try to get us interested when nobody cares about that interview.
Right. Oh, baseball's on. I'm not going to watch. Oh, wait. Sometimes they have the guy in the seventh inning.
Yeah.
And he talks to the announcers. Oh, let's watch.
Yeah,
oh, wait. Sometimes they're going to talk to Blake Snell.
Yeah. Oh, they're talking to Nico Horner right now at second base for the Cubs. I can't miss this. What's he going to say?
Call the neighbors. Get them over. We're going to watch this. Where are the kids?
My God. I called Whitey when I saw they were interviewing. I said, Whitey, you watching this?
Oscar Gonzalez in right field? That's incredible.
I saw it, Whitey. I'll send it to you because it was pretty bad, man. I don't know how they can continue to do that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. During All-Star games, it's like, all right, who was it? Was it Acuna or somebody a couple of years ago at the All-Star game? It's like, it's kind of cool. And I've seen it in the exhibition games, spring training. Oh, it's kind of fun. But never when we're actually playing a championship season game.
And I would also say, I mean, look, I'll always hold it down for my outfielders, but outfield, maybe you can pull that off.
Because you guys don't do anything.
First base,
they hit you the ball, you catch it.
Outfield, first base,
right?
Cool. You could argue. I was a second, short, obviously catcher, third base. You can't do it.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot do it.
Catcher would be cool though.
It would be. I don't think they should do it at all.
Hold on, I can't talk to you. I'm busy.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me call this pitch real quick.
Didn't they mic up that Blue Jays pitcher that just fell off the cliff for an All-Star game? Everyone was like, "Whoa, this is so interesting. Look at him call a game or something."
While he was pitching?
Yeah. What's
Manoah or something?
Yeah, Alec Manoah. They mic'd him up for an All-Star game.
I think I remember that, yeah.
Ridiculous. Well, I can't wait to hear what you have to say.
I can't wait either.
On your show. The Drive Guys coming up next. Whitey Gleason, Kyle Draper, Jay Johnson. Thanks for listening to the Allen Stiles Show. Thanks to all the callers, texters, Sack Chatters. Kyle, great job as always. Happy to be back in studio, ready to rock and roll tomorrow as well. But don't go anywhere. Drive Guys up next. Until tomorrow, secure the bag like the bean.
Gotta go.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited